Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
I had to get my headphones.
Oh, wait, you had to get that crane to back them in to put them on your head? Where about you? Hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
So we're about to start the show. We're 30 seconds. You've done this every day for 30-something years.
That's probably my bad. I didn't give you enough of a heads up.
Well, no, that's not why I had a problem today.
Why'd you have a problem?
Because you told me don't leave these headphones out. Somebody's going to steal them.
Which they will.
So you told me to start putting them in a drawer by your desk.
Well, by the way, way to tell everyone where we hide our headphones.
Oh, who cares, man?
Guys who steal headphones. These things have legs, man.
So I forgot they were in the drawer.
By the way,
so I panicked last second. I had to run over there.
You want to know how bad people steal headphones?
What?
These belong to WROC, which is down the hallway. I stole them.
Oh, my God. They're still in business?
What's that?
They're still in business?
I stole these headphones, and no one's stealing them from me, you sons of bitches. All right, it is another chilly one outside. A little bit of snow as well, depending on where you are.
But it's fluffy.
Yeah, it is, but I don't know what's going on in Henrietta. It feels like 10, 20 degrees right now, high of 26. I just can't catch a morning where there's not snow.
Oh.
In Henrietta, and a snow enough to alter my commute.
Oh, is that bad?
Yeah. South of the Thruway, man, I'm telling you.
Different world.
You got inches of snow?
Yeah, I mean, it's fluffy stuff, but when you drive over it, it makes the roads slick.
Oh, yeah.
Slick roads.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out, baby. So be careful if you're getting up, depending on where you are this morning. How'd you like to save some money?
I'd love to.
Looks like it based on the outfit you're wearing today. The last couple of years, there's been a shakeout in retail businesses. Ones that just simply couldn't cut it.
Yeah, they're tanking.
Yeah, couldn't hold on anymore.
They institutions.
Shut their doors. We've talked about Sears.
Oh, yeah.
Right, okay, you got that stuff. Bed Bath & Beyond was a juggernaut for a while. That's gone. And the most popular discount store in America announced 2 weeks ago that they were going out of business.
Who's that?
Big Lots.
Oh, yeah.
You've seen the stories.
Oh, I've been.
Okay, so 963 locations nationwide are closing after they filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And as part of the closing, all Big Lots stores are having blowout discount sales. They got to get rid of all of their merchandise.
It'd be super marked down.
Okay, so that's just it. I live in Henrietta. So when I go down Jefferson Road, they're hiring those guys to hold the signs out front.
Oh.
And I believe
Great time of
now,
year to be doing that.
I know.
Bro, I was the Statue of Liberty for Liberty Tax Service.
But in the middle of winter?
Yeah, that's when
Really?
tax season is.
Oh, true.
Getting batteries and golf balls thrown at me.
At Lady Liberty.
So the guys holding the signs, I believe the sign said something like 30% off right now.
Yeah.
And as time goes on and they get closer to the closing,
the
discount goes up. People love to save money, Tommy.
Oh, sure.
But Big Lots was already a place where you saved money.
Because it was already inventory that they got from other places.
Some of it was that. Some of it is actual Big Lots merchandise. But I guess what I'm getting at is part of the reason Big Lots didn't survive was questions about the quality of their products.
It's funny you bring that up.
Why is that?
Because my old father-in-law, Tony, Big Tony, he was a Big Lots, all the Ollies, all that stuff.
Ollie's Bargain Outlet?
He would hit all those joints, right? But he always knew the stuff wasn't top quality, so he'd always buy the things to fix it because he knew it was going to break. So when he would go in there, he'd buy a rake, but he knew the rake was going to break at a certain point, so he'd also buy the tape and the screws to fix it when it crap out. So you're really not saving money. You know what I mean?
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, any store that goes out of business, like when Toys R Us went out of business, it was a madhouse in there. People were grabbing everything.
But that was
they
top
could.
quality name brand stuff.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
What is a liquidation sale at a discount retailer who's closing partly because there were questions about the quality of their merchandise look like? Like, how cheap does it have to get before people are finally like, I'm in? It's like a casino.
I don't know. Because, when Bed Bath & Beyond was going out of business and they were wrapping things up, and I think I went to the one in Henrietta. Mm-hmm. I went there a week before it was supposed to close thinking everything would be super, super cheap. And it wasn't.
Oh.
It really wasn't all that different. The prices really weren't all that different than they would have been when it was open.
Really?
It was maybe some things were on super discount, but it was all the things you didn't need. And then if you wanted something, if you were looking to get something nicer at a discount, it really wasn't. It wasn't cheap.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know. It was really strange.
Yeah, because they're trying to get rid of it.
I know. And I waited until the last few days to go check it out, thinking they're just trying to get rid of it at this point.
Okay.
And I mean, it was very heavily picked over, but it wasn't as cheap as I thought it was going to be.
Okay, I'm gonna throw a theory out there.
Theory out.
So for those who don't know, when massive companies like this go out of business, there will be a separate company you've never heard of that will swoop in and bid on all of the stuff that they own.
Yeah.
So, like, when you go in, there's a reason why, like, on the clearance aisles, they say we can't accept coupons anymore. It's because Toys R Us or Bed Bath & Beyond no longer own the merchandise. The company, one company spent, like, X amount of dollars, and they're going to sell it at a discount. I don't know if that's what's happening with Big Lots.
Okay.
But, like, with the Bed Bath & Beyond thing, is it possible that because stores like Marshalls and TJ Maxx and Ross's are so popular, that company
Maybe
doesn't have to discount the expensive stuff?
Just
they
goes
can
there.
sell it as a bulk to that place.
Could be.
Possible.
Right? Because you're right. Like, back in the day, one of the greatest memories of my life.
Wait to hear this sad story.
So there was, what was it, Caldors?
That sounds familiar.
Okay, so I know Caldors existed. So I think it was Caldors. It was in a plaza off of Buffalo Road in Gates.
What they sell?
It was like a department store.
Oh, all right.
They had a Nathan's hot dog stand on the inside. It was really cool. My dad would take me there all the time.
But your mom was there all the time, huh?
Yeah, because she also liked deals.
Yeah, I know she likes hot dogs.
Not on hot dogs.
I know she likes the tube steak.
It was you want to
Long Island tube steak.
You want a blast from the past. The
Yeah.
Caldors was next door to the Holiday Health, across the street from the Patriots Bingo Hall.
Oh, yeah. I remember the Patriots Bingo Hall.
That's the Gates I grew up in.
Yeah.
Try that in a small town.
So what happened?
So Caldor goes out of business,
Yeah.
right? And my dad,
Oh, a king discount, man.
we must have gone to that Caldors every day.
Just why to see
Load up.
Yeah, but like it wasn't like they were getting new. Were they getting new stuff?
No,
in?
my
Yeah.
dad would play this game because he understood that the closer they got to the closing of the store,
Yeah.
the higher the discount
Right.
would
Yeah,
get.
the prices start dropping.
You got it. So he'd go in and he would like look for what he would want, and every
Keep
time
an eye on it.
Yes, he would go in and always buy something, but he would like try and figure out, and there's no system he had for this. He would try and figure out how much of it was left,
Yeah.
and how long he could wait at what discount where he should strike.
Yeah.
He should strike. And I remember we went on like the last day they were open, and everything was like 90% off, and it was like the first time in my life ever, I remember as a child, that I could like pick out whatever I wanted, and no one was going to argue with me. And I will never.
Heaven's Gate is discounted.
I got a T-shirt.
Yeah.
It had the Tasmanian devil on the front of it.
Yeah.
It was green. He was wearing a leprechaun's hat, and it said, "Kiss me, I'm Irish." And I had that shirt for like 8 years. I love that. I was so like, this is mine. I get to pick this, and
Look at
nobody's
you.
going to tell me no. And it probably costs like 97 cents.
Oh, yeah.
But that is my Tasmanian devil, "Kiss me, I'm Irish" shirt. But like it was. I had so much fun as a kid because it became like a game. Like,
Yeah.
we're going to walk. My dad bought this digital camera that was like $500 for like $40. He
Yeah.
bragged about it for years. Years. Like, I'm getting excited. I want to go to Big Lots. I don't even need anything.
Go check it out.
I don't really.
But you always find something you want in any of those joints.
Well, that's how they get you.
Yes.
I mean, it's funny how they get you. They're going out of business. They're not trying to get you. But you're right. Something gets so inexpensive, and you figure out a way in your head that you can use it. You're walking out the door with something.
And sometimes you'll buy, and Big Lots is one of those places, you'll buy it not even figuring out how you're going to get it in your car yet. Because sometimes you'll buy something that's so goddamn big, and then you get outside and go, oh, crap.
Yeah.
Or like
This
bulky.
don't fit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're totally right. And I don't know why Big Lots is that store, because I've done exactly
They
that.
got big stuff.
Well,
That's why they Big Lots.
252
That ladder ain't going to fit.
252 WCMF. While we were on break, Big Lots announced that they are closing all of their locations, 963 in total nationwide. And the Big Lots in the greater Rochester area are now on super discount sale. They got the guys with the signs out front, like 20, 30% off everything in there. And we're talking about part of Big Lots' problem, the question of quality. How deep does that discount have to be before you strike? The old Lance Duffy method.
Oh, yeah.
How do we feel about Big Lots furniture? Because they had a whole furniture section.
Great
Man,
for
if you're
apartment
starting out-
living. Yeah.
You're starting out. That's king.
Oh, you're too good for Big Lots furniture?
Now?
That's what I'm asking.
Well,
I'd have to check with my wife. No, I'm not my age.
Why?
I should be able to have some furniture, man.
This is furniture.
to his point, like I think like once you're settled into a house, like you want something a little more permanent. Like you want something that's going to last you a while and that you're not going to have to keep changing
Yeah.
over.
Oh, so
Like,
you're
whereas, like-
smug too?
Well, I mean, I wasn't for a long time. Like it was furniture that we'd buy for apartments because
It's junk.
and if you're moving in and out and it gets damaged or ruined, you don't feel all that sorry about it.
If you're still in your partying days and you're just hanging out, yeah, you're not going to buy nice stuff.
I never understood buying nice couches.
You never had a nice
Ever?
couch.
Well, it's gonna get okay.
Well, your family was rough on furniture.
Yeah, there were 6 people in the house.
No, but that's not. There are people that have 6 people in the house that treat their things nice.
Well,
Y'all are rough.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
don't-
When did Mike
I
Muley
will
walk
say-
in the door? You know, I appreciated things when I was a young boy.
Everything in your house was scratched and chipped. That was your mouth.
All my friends who have boys, I don't know why they buy new furniture. Like boys, like
Destroy
they're
things.
bad enough when they're younger. I can't imagine what it's going to be like when they're teenagers.
Yeah.
But if I were them, I would not buy new furniture until they have graduated high school.
Like I got one that plays hockey. She's got a hockey stick in the house all the time. I got another one that does ballroom dance where she's just jumping around. She's got her tennis racket now hitting stuff. Like my wife wanted to go buy a new couch. And I'm like, I'm telling you, wait 6 years because it's going to get destroyed. There is no point.
So when I was a kid, as far as I can remember, in every house my parents owned till they got small into condos, there was always 2 rooms in the house you did not go into unless you had permission.
Okay.
We had a formal living room and a formal dining room, and you were not allowed in either of them. And it was like the old plastic on the furniture. Like you couldn't go in there with shoes, anything to drink. Those were rooms for the holidays. And my mother would it was like sealed off like a museum, like Lincoln died in there. And every Italian knows what I'm talking about. There was that living room. You weren't allowed to go in. It had a bowl of the fake grapes. Had the picture of Venice.
Which I don't get. You Italians got plenty of grape
Yes.
access. Just keep rotating the grapes. They're not expensive.
It always had a picture of the old country, and you were not allowed. That's why the Garagio became so popular.
Yeah. Oh, that's a good theory.
Because you could actually, there was a room in there you could actually relax in.
But it's funny, you're right. Everything you're describing, I
So
remember.
the junk furniture is around the rest of the house.
Okay. But, it's funny to think of where we've come from what you're describing to now. Because, people are just begging to be able to buy a house.
Yes.
And in your parents' generation, you not only were able to afford that house, you had a living room in it and a place where you ate dinner, a regular dining room. And then you had enough room to have 2 rooms that you did not use.
And they used to call it the formal dining room. And that was for the holidays or when they had guests over.
It makes you sound like a Vanderbilt.
Yes, but we weren't.
Well, you kind of were.
Well, low.
But here's the thing.
Budget Vanderbilt.
I know you're a rich-ass spoiled bitch, but I remember even in Gates growing up, those
Dining rooms,
post-war
people like
homes. Yeah, they had those extra rooms.
Right.
But we don't go in here. Well, then why buy the house?
was for company.
You don't need that much space.
Like company towels, that's for company.
Did you have the room you weren't allowed to go in as a kid?
No, but I had friends that did. I remember being a little kid and discovering that for the first time. Wait, you have a room you're not allowed in? You couldn't. The carpet would be white. You couldn't even step. If they had just vacuumed,
You could see the lines.
You could see the lines, and they knew if you stepped foot in that room. I remember as a kid thinking wow, this is a whole different life I didn't know about.
No, those lines in the carpet, that's why from 1965 to 1995, the Amerks only hired Italian Zamboni drivers.
Yeah, they knew their lines.
But no, Zamboni is an Italian. I mean, he invented it.
Yeah.
It's all because of the carpet. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was also the precious moments room for most people. That was where the mother had the
knickknacks.
displays of all the figurines
Yeah.
in a case of some sort.
I would love to know
Yeah.
the amount of money as Americans, housewives spent on precious moments retail versus what they sell for now. What the bottom dropped out of the precious
I
moments
don't
game,
know.
right?
First of all, the
It's-
things
yeah.
are ugly. They're not even. They just
Well,
look
they're kind
like
of cute.
They're
but
cherub.
it-
They're little
yeah.
cherub
I know,
faces.
but they look like someone you put in a little kid's room. That's a grown ass woman.
To his point, it is strange that every woman in
It was
America,
very childlike.
yeah, from
Yes.
1987 to 1998, got
Yep.
swept up in precious
Oh,
moments.
yeah.
Because that would be like a TLC documentary now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What you collect, but every
Well, I wonder
They
what
can't be
happened to
worth
'em all?
anything.
I don't,
There was a trillion of them out there, and that's just
Let's see.
Gates.
Give me checking it out. That was every game.
Yeah, every place you went to, the people had them.
My mother collected them. My neighbors collected them. Everybody.
But they had to
them.
be dirt cheap because everybody, but from low end to high end, women collected them.
Well, I don't know though, because my mother would get them as gifts for my dad, so maybe they were more expensive than everyday stuff.
Oh, all right.
I don't know.
What was a high end gift like your father would give your mother though?
Precious moments. I'm not even.
So that
kidding.
was the top shelf.
I'm trying to think. I don't have memories of that.
So he never really stepped up.
I will get back to you.
Like if he couldn't score it at 7-Eleven or an airport gift shop, she wasn't getting it.
Scored it at 7-Eleven is why he ended up leaving the family. Kimmy, what do you got over there?
Okay,
So he did get something he brought home. He gave to your mother.
So it looks like there are There are some that are worth some money, but they have to be from the original 21 collection made
Oh,
in
yeah, 21.
1978.
78.
Yeah.
And those can be worth like thousands of dollars.
God damn.
Okay, but everything
but
else
yeah,
is
it seems like maybe you get like a couple hundred for like a
Grandma's
rare
rich.
one of some sort. But
okay.
the earlier they were made, the more they're worth.
Sorry, Mom. All right, we got a dynamite. Cherish your precious moments.
Yes, you must.
And go to Big Lots. Kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Wednesday. You know what that means?
Oh, hate.
Yep, hate mail of the week coming at you. Right before we went on Christmas break, we told you a story about how, despite the fact alcohol prices almost across the board have gone up,
Yeah.
there was one segment where prices actually fell. High-end alcohol.
Yeah.
Right? Like your top-shelf liquors and wines. And as we had this discussion, you had made the statement, Tommy, that during the holidays when people have parties, folks that pull out the high-end liquor to
Yes.
serve it to their guests are not doing it out of the kindness of their
No,
heart.
no.
Why,
Or treat you to an experience.
why were they doing it?
They're rubbing it in your face. They're just showing off. And there's always I told you my brother is king of this.
There is a man who heard that discussion.
Yeah.
And he must have heard it on rerun when we were on break there.
Okay.
Okay.
He disagrees with you.
Oh, of course, because he's one of these.
He what? Yes.
He is.
No, I thought you were going to say something else.
Oh, I was.
He is this guy. He admits he is this guy. And he says, you're wrong. And we'll get to it. Just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy, look, you are not boding well for what we're about to talk about.
What?
Well, we have a study in front of us that shows the friendliest states in America.
Okay.
And normally we don't do stuff like this.
Yeah.
Not our style. But there's a reason why we're going to bring this up.
Why is that?
Well, we do not do well. In fact, we could not have done worse. But there is a difference between friendly and kind.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Look, I guess this is not the most surprising news in the world.
What happened?
The reputation that we have in this state amongst other people in America is not fantastic when it comes to our warmth.
Well, we're a little gruff.
Yeah. But the reason we are bringing this up is there is an important distinction to be made.
Okay.
There is a difference between friendly and kind.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. When we first heard about these vending machines that had been placed in one area in the city of Rochester, we thought, although weird, this could be something.
Oh.
It was an opportunity to get something quickly that you did not have, Kimmy, in this area.
Yeah.
We find out yesterday that these will now be in some of the most popular places in the greater Rochester area.
Great.
And this makes zero sense.
Oh.
I don't get it. I
Unless-
don't get the combo. Unless we're just tapping into something that we didn't know we could do before.
Kimmy, they could also just be straight up good.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think any of us have experienced it yet.
We'll get into it. Tell you what it is. It's after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. So we have a poll in front of us.
What do they say?
It ranks the most friendly to least friendly states in America.
Ah.
And the way they broke down this poll is they asked people who had traveled, had been to these states, to describe how friendly the folks in these states were. All right? I think we can also assume when you hear the results that most of this comes from the reputation of a certain part of this population.
All right.
But the poll has determined that the state of New York is the least friendly state in America. Let me say that again.
Yeah.
On a list of 1 to 50, New York State was ranked the least friendly.
That makes sense.
Okay, why does that make sense to you?
Well, just take New York City in general.
Okay.
I think that right there would drop you right to the bottom.
So you're saying that New York City dragged us down?
Well, it didn't help. I mean, the pace of the city, how you're treated.
The pace of the
No,
city.
he's
What are you
got-
writing, a Broadway musical? Pace of the city, the lights never go down. Watch out, here comes a cab. You're dressed like a man who writes a musical. You look like Steven Soderheim.
Thank you.
Is that a guy who writes musicals?
Oh.
Okay, let's go with it.
I thought he played for the Rangers.
But you were saying, I'm sorry.
No, but I mean, I think, the city itself, New Yorkers have that reputation.
Okay.
Yeah, we crap on each other. Like, we're not
Yes.
even nice to each other. Like, think about if you went to, Buffalo, and you told somebody you're from Rochester. Like, oh, that sucks. What a dump.
Yeah.
Like, we crap on our
Everything.
own cities and our own issues.
Okay, so nobody in this room disagrees with this study.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I'm with you guys. Fine, we're not the friendliest people here in New York. But I do think it's important that we draw a very thick line here.
Okay.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Because New Yorkers may not be friendly, but there is a huge difference between friendly and kind.
Okay. All right. Well, you step up when you're kind.
That's just it. We in New York are not friendly, but we are kind people. We're not going to go out of our way to say hi to you.
No.
We're not going to be all smiley and warm when we meet you for the first time. Hell, I don't even trust you. I just met you. Why would I trust you?
Mm-hmm.
But if someone needs a hand,
Yeah.
we're going to give it to them.
But I think that's most people in general.
Ah!
I think that's human nature. Listen, you and I have known guys
Yes.
that hate certain types of people. But if they saw that person, they would go help them.
Okay, you're right. But,
So-
those people are from New York.
Yes, but I just think that's human nature.
Okay. Here's why I think you're wrong.
All right.
All right. And I would have thought you were with me 100% based on the background we both have. Like, we traveled for a living.
Yes,
We've been in
yeah.
states across the U.S. Anybody that has traveled, you truck drivers, salespeople,
Yeah.
whatever it is. The truth of this shows up on the top of the list.
What's
Because
that?
they rank the states that were the friendliest in America.
Yeah.
Number 1, Minnesota.
Okay.
And I actually can't disagree with that. Those people are so kind and
Yes,
so
they
nice,
are.
right? They are salt of the earth people. But number
How about
2,
the accent makes it just that much more charming.
you know how many VFWs I've just been invited into for beers walking down
Yeah.
the street? But no, number 2 and number 3 on the list. Tennessee
Okay.
and South Carolina. And
it's so funny because I was just in South Carolina seeing my brother, and it was so goddamn friendly. I forgot how fake friendly Southerners are.
and you nailed it.
Yes.
Because when you go to Tennessee or South Carolina or Alabama or Arkansas or wherever, they are super friendly when you meet them.
Yes.
They want to chat you up. They're going to ask you all kinds
They're
of
polite.
questions. Yeah, they're going to give you all kinds of tips about what you want to do. You want to go down around the corner, you're going to see a statue. That statue been there since 1845.
It's
Don't
Southern-
ask me any more questions.
Yeah.
Southern hospitality.
Yes.
You nailed it.
Yeah.
And the second you walk away from them, they're crushing you. They hate you.
Yep.
folks from down south do not like outsiders.
Northerners, especially.
Amen, brother.
Right.
And they will never tell you to your face because it's not the polite thing to do.
Right, but they want your money.
Exactly. And if you needed something from them after they were all being all friendly, it ain't happening.
Yeah.
It is not happening.
Mm-hmm.
My car broke down when I was in Alabama.
Yeah.
And I stood there while everybody drove past me for an hour and a half. Hand to God. Hand to God.
Those New York plates, buddy.
Hundreds of cars driving past. Not a single person even stopped to ask if I was okay.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't happen here.
Yeah, true.
I mean, hell, man. Like this morning, there's a little bit of snow. Somebody goes into a ditch. It's going to be a matter of 5 minutes before somebody pulls over and asks, can I help get you out of that ditch?
Yeah, in the South, they're already putting up one of those memorials, hoping you're dead.
And here's the thing. I would much rather
Yeah.
have someone be cold to me when we first met, but be willing to help in a situation than the opposite way.
Well, yeah, because then you know where you stand.
Thank you.
Yes.
Right? I mean, I don't understand why not being friendly is a bad thing.
But there are, I would say, like, the farther west I got, the friendlier people were. Like, when I got out.
Do you mean friendly, or kind?
Friendly, kind.
Okay.
Just like, they just seem like really nice people. Like, when you got into, like, Iowa and Nebraska and the Dakotas and places like that, they just seem really nice. They're almost like, hey, man, I can't believe you came here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, does it kind of go hand in hand with places a lot of people don't normally go to visit?
Yes.
So it's like one of those things where when people do come to visit, they want to tell you how great where they live is, and they want to share that with you. So it would overall make them a little bit more kind and friendly. Welcome. Come see how great South Dakota is.
Okay,
Yeah,
all
I
right,
don't know.
maybe.
I mean, they're kind of isolated.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. Well, no, because there's isolated places in the South. They better they
and
work.
it's not like they're overwhelmed with
No.
people coming through. So it's kind of a unique situation.
Okay, I get what you're saying. 252 WCMF, and we're looking at this poll. It ranked New York as the least friendly state in America, and everybody in the room agrees. But there's a difference between friendly and kind, because when you look at the friendliest states in America, one was Minnesota. They actually nailed that. Very kind people. Tennessee and South Carolina, very friendly.
Fake.
Thank you.
You're a bunch of phonies.
Although Matthew disagrees. He writes us on Instagram.
He's a phony.
He says, you are 100% wrong, especially about Tennessee, the volunteer state.
What's he talking?
I don't know. I just read
You know why?
What is
These
that?
old ladies from Tennessee.
Is that what it is?
Gotta be.
What my old lady's from Tennessee is my favorite Ribs Arkansas.
My old lady's from Tennessee. She'll cut you up, son, so just get the hell out of here.
Matthew follows it up, actually, now that you're talking, and his old lady's cutting you up. He says, my mom has been in Tennessee for 10 years. Everyone there has been so kind and nice every time we visited. Till you leave, Matthew.
Yes. And they don't like transfers. They don't like transplants. They call them carpetbaggers. They hate it.
Yeah, they use all slang from the 1700s.
Yes.
And, I mean, look, if there's one person that would know better than anybody on the planet, it would be the guy that sits across from us, because not only did you travel doing comedy, when you were a kid, your family moved from Jersey to Florida.
So when I moved to Florida, Florida wasn't what it was today. It was all people that were born and raised in Florida. Like,
True
we were like,
Southerners.
Right. So, like, when you first met these people, like, it was like a completely different world. I was 9, born and raised in New Jersey. I had a thick New Jersey accent. I said, dog. And I just talked like that. And they were like, it was just a weird vibe when you went down there.
What do you mean to you, Tommy?
I didn't know there was other religions except being Catholic. Like when they said like they go to church, and I just said everybody went to Catholic church. I didn't know there was like born again Christians, and they would try to convert you into like their religion when you went over there, like their parents and stuff.
Sure.
They would ask you questions about your religion. Ooh. And about your parents and what your dad did. Like, they were just investigating you. Because we were a bunch of Sicilians. My father had 2 black cars. There were no black cars in Florida except for the funeral home.
Because it's 95 degrees outside.
Right. I told you the first time we went to a steakhouse, my old man's going to take us out to a steakhouse, a place called The Flame. So we all had to wear, I'm 9. I had to put on a suit and tie. We moved down in June. This is like mid-July. It's roasting out. We're in a black Cadillac going to this restaurant. We walk inside. Everybody's dressed like they dress now. Shorts, flip-flop, T-shirts. We walk in like the Sopranos. And they all looked at you like they hated you.
Look, I understand that we're all the victims of our own experience, right? And, all of these stories are anecdotal. So maybe there are people when you went down south that you met that were kind to you. But I also want you to keep in mind, I don't think a vacation is a good gauge of how kind
No.
a place is.
It's the fakest thing you'll ever go on.
And you're usually
Besides
at
your
a
honeymoon.
place where, it's full of people that aren't from
You're on
there.
vacation.
And here's the thing. You're paying to be there. And all of those people that work in those vacation spots and live in those vacation spots rely on your money to be there. So, of course, they're going to go out of their way to make it seem like they want you there. It's people that work or live that fully understand how rough it can get.
But even my father, like when he went back into business down there, right? It's like, and he was a sales guy. So there was two kind of sales guys he wanted. He wanted a guy that was always overextended because he'd work his ass off because he had too much stuff, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he goes, I wouldn't hire any of these lazy Southerners. And he would say that. He goes, as soon as I hear that accent, he ain't getting a job.
You're not helping our argument.
No, but like it was, but he was also that guy feeding into the stereotype.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
No, you're right. I get
And
it.
then he would get mad when these people didn't like him.
All right, let's take a break. Look, this is a very unique idea. The first place that we heard they were coming from, and none of us in the room have tried them yet. But now that they are in this spot, a spot where they seem completely unnecessary, either this is going to not work, or it's proof that this way to eat that sounds strange is so good, it will be able to compete with legitimate restaurants.
Wow.
We'll tell you what we're talking about and where they are.
Yeah.
Next here in the break room. Let's see about. when we first heard about these, they seemed like a unique solution to a problem in certain parts of the greater Rochester area. Kimmy, what are you working on a locomotive over there?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
They were a need. They were also a curiosity.
Okay.
Now that they are expanding, there'll still be a curiosity, but will they be a need? Because if there's one place you would not need more of a selection of food, it would be these places.
Oh.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. Oh, boy, I think we may have an argument.
What happened?
Well, yesterday, Governor Kathy Hochul had her State of the State address, and she touched on a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
But there was one thing that grabbed all of the headlines.
Oh, what happened?
We have talked before about 3 major problems that have faced New York State. We have a shortage of teachers. We have a shortage of nurses. And an opportunity for people to get education they wish they would have had, right? You start down a path in life. Yes, you got it. Then all of a sudden you can't afford to go back to school and change it. The governor put forth a plan that would solve all of those things in one swoop.
Fantastic.
And give folks a chance to help out with these shortages without being crushed in the pocketbook. And it's a good idea,
All right.
depending on who you ask. And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, late last year, we told you about a new option for folks on the run to get a hot meal.
Okay.
It's called Home Chow. Do you remember this?
No.
All right, so Home Chow, it's a vending machine that dispenses ready-to-eat, hot
hot food.
gourmet meals, like real meals.
Yes.
Gourmet style.
Like chicken parm or like dumplings and noodles.
Nice.
Full-on dinners and lunches.
You pay.
Yep.
Out comes your dinner. Boom, you're good
And
to
it's
go.
more. Where are they?
So we literally talked about this.
I don't remember.
Oh, my God.
What was last year, man? A lot happened.
It was like 2 months.
That's like last year.
Okay. So they hit the Rochester radar
Yeah.
after one was installed inside Sweet Pea Plant-Based Kitchen on Culver Road. And, Kimmy, putting that there made sense.
Yeah, it's a place you could stop in, people that work in the area for lunch and grab something quick.
You got restaurants around lunch and dinner in that neighborhood. They can get long lines, right? It's a quick meal. You get back to work. You get home. Got it. Well, apparently it was so successful that they are now expanding
Where they
Looking
going?
for other locations.
to the least likely of places.
So places where you already can get hot food.
Home Chow kiosks, it was announced yesterday, will be placed inside all of the greater Rochester area malls.
Next to the food court? With
I
all
guess.
the hot food?
Eastview, Marketplace.
Yeah.
Greensboro.
These shoes got 3 restaurants and a food court.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why would they need it there?
That's what I'm trying to figure out
Yeah,
here.
I
252
don't know.
WCMF. Now, if you want to try these Home Chows in the coming days, they will be available in all of the
Do you
Rochester
think it
malls.
would work like downtown where you know, like a place
Yeah.
like here?
The old automats.
Right.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like if you had a place here where you could run out, because you got offices, us,
Yeah.
a few other joints, there's no food around here.
So there's probably, what do you think, 3,000 people that work in
Easy.
our area, and you got Pizza Stop, and you got this coffee shop down
Yeah.
here,
Right.
and that's it.
Not
I
a
agree
lot
with
of
you.
walkable spots for sure.
If you found a way to put this in a place that
clean
everyone
up.
can access, yes, I agree with you 100%. I cannot wrap my mind, because you said it, it's not just the food courts, but every mall has multiple standalone restaurants, right? And there's good options in all of the
yeah.
malls.
Right. And I'm thinking like if you're a food court eater, if you're a food court family.
By the way, that sounded mean, and I take offense to that.
No, I'm jealous because I feel like my parents never sprung for the food court food.
Really?
Yeah.
That's why
It
he's
was like a
always
specialty
rich.
day.
What do you think he gets to go to Florida for 4 months and go on bicycle rides for 6 hours? He was good with his money.
No, but the food court food's the cheapest of food.
I don't know if it's.
It was always like we'll get something at home. You know, we have that at home.
because you never ate at the food court.
Oh, no, I ate at the food court all the time.
Because
Because
they
did.
left you there.
No, Burger King, when I was a kid, they had the two burgers, 2 fries, $2.
So your old man would step up?
Bro, it was $2.
Oh, $2.
But the beauty of the food court is like you'll get to walk around,
It's
browse,
international.
see what you want, smell all the smells, get the free samples.
7
Like
types
that's
of
how I
Chinese food.
decide what I'm going to eat for lunch. Whereas I don't know if I saw it in a vending machine, if it has that same draw. Like if I'm going to go to the vending machine before I go to the other places that are already available.
I agree with you 100%. I would like to go back to what a bitch
I wasn't listening.
our
sorry.
co-host is, because he goes, it's international. There's 7 types of Chinese food. It shows that he has not been in a mall food court in forever.
They got the Chinese food.
They got Ethiopian food. They got Eastern Europe. There are so many
Really?
different
Random
global
options in
options
there, yeah.
now in the food court.
They got Ethiopian.
Yeah, they got Ethiopian, they got Indian, they got Chinese, they got American, they got Greek. I mean, like, it's literally like a little mini UN in the food courts in these malls now.
Right.
It's amazing.
I haven't been. But I wonder if this would work for the people that work at the mall.
So they
'Cause
don't
have,
want
they don't have time to like stand in line At the food court, when it's busy, they could go up to this thing and eat. I mean, that's
Okay.
how the people that could use it.
Okay, maybe. I worked in the mall when I was a kid. I stood in line at the food court.
Right.
They move you pretty quick through that Chinese food line.
Yeah, there's never like
This,
long lines.
here. Okay, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Has anyone tried this home chow hot meal vending machine yet? And what are we missing about the plan to put these in the mall? Because as dumb as this sounds, there is another way to look at this.
What?
Well, look, when we had the first discussion about this hot food vending machine, getting a hot chicken parm out of a vending machine doesn't sound like the most appetizing thing in the world. But the fact that they are ready to compete with standalone restaurants and a food court leads me to believe that maybe these are actually really good meals.
Well, they probably elevated their game, right? I mean, like, frozen food now is way better than it was when I was a kid.
Well, yeah, you were born in 1492.
Yeah, it was at Swanson dinner.
Those are still pretty good, though.
I don't think so, man. I can't imagine how much side tin I've ingested over the years eating Swanson.
Side tin?
Yeah.
Not your normal amount of tin.
Side tin. Yes.
No, man. Like I always love myself a good frozen dinner.
Well, they're better now.
Okay. I haven't had a frozen dinner in like 20 years.
Me neither. But every time I go down to a frozen food hall, that stuff looks really good now.
So, I mean, look, if you're willing to put one of these in the mall and compete against the standalone restaurants in the food court, that tells me, unless I'm way off base, that these will actually be delicious meals.
Mm.
And go ahead. I'm saying I'm almost afraid to try it.
Yeah.
Because if it is really
get
good,
hooked.
I'm going to be a regular consumer of vending machine full hot meals.
What's weird though is because I think it's, and I don't know if any of the other malls have this too, but I've seen in Eastview, I think it's like a cotton candy vending machine.
They have it at the
something.
hockey rink in Henrietta too.
But then they have it there, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. But I've never seen a kid walking around with cotton candy.
Cotton candy's one
So
of
I
those
always
things.
wonder,
that's
like, does it just not? Is it just there for like? I just wonder how many people are actually going to use something like that.
cotton candy, you're at the fair, you're at the ball game, but just to stop in for cotton candy while I'm shopping, that's not a go-to sweet treat.
It's for kids, man.
But even so, you get the little production of how they do it.
Sure.
Yeah.
It kind of looks crazy. You're at the, but there's also things going on.
So the cotton candy vending machine that you're describing,
And it's right
bag,
near the
right?
cookies. Like I'm getting on the cookies or the ice cream first.
it's not in a bag.
Oh.
And that's how they sell you on it. So the machine, it's in the Tim Hortons Iceplex on the campus of MCC, the one that I've seen. It's got a window in it, right? It's like a box, and you watch like a tornado of cotton candy happen.
All right, so
and
you
then
get a little show.
Yeah, and then it comes out, and
All right.
those poor parents whose kids are eating cotton candy running around the rink.
Now, you can't get that stickiness off your hands.
Bro, they're kids. Their hands are already sticky. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right, we're talking home chow, the hot meal vending machine. We first heard about this 2 months ago when they showed up at the Sweet Pea, that restaurant down on Culver, right? But they have moved now. They're putting putting the machines in all of the malls in the Rochester area, and we're trying to figure out, could it be good enough to compete with like actual restaurants?
Okay.
Brian's on CMF. Hey, Brian, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Brian, what you got?
So we have a few of these machines at work, and I haven't tried them yet, but I've heard mixed reviews. And like the one day I was in the break room, and one of the machines, like the internal temperature was like 60 degrees. So I'm assuming all the food in that one got spoiled.
Okay.
But the other one was like keeping them frozen. There was a couple of guys in there talking about the meals, and I guess they're pretty good. Like one of them was like a barbecue beef brisket.
Ooh.
But I don't know, the idea of like vending machine hot food is just weird to me. I don't know if I could ever try it or
Well,
not.
so here's the thing, though, Brian, and I'm kind of with you, but I think it's because we're only used to, like Tommy said, the vending machine food of the past.
Traditional snacks.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
For example, my wife on Thursday, she's a dermatologist.
Yeah.
She works at Clifton Springs Hospital.
Yeah,
Out there in Clifton Springs, right? And I had to go out there for a dermatology checkup a couple weeks ago. And Brian, I was hungry, so I went over to where like their cafeteria area was, and I forgot they still had the vending machines that'll sell you like the burger that you put in the microwave.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all wrapped
The
up.
Big Bubba burger.
Yeah.
And like Brian, that's my idea. Like in my head, when I open this meal, that's what it's going to taste like. But I think Tommy's right.
Right.
It has to be better.
Yeah.
I would assume, especially if they're going to be in food courts, it's got to be a decent quality product, but
Right.
I don't know.
Where do you work, by the way, that has these?
An optics manufacturer out in Ontario.
Always optics, man.
Got to get in on it.
Well, you know why?
What's that?
Good optics. Yeah. Brian, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. I haven't tried it, but I've seen them.
Said mixed reviews.
Just help me out here, man. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Rich. Hey, Rich, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, guys. So I was at ECU Mall this weekend and came across one of those machines, and the pricing is not bad. It's $12.99, and depending on the portion size, could be much more economical than the food court.
Ooh.
And the machine is located away from the food court. It's not physically in the food court. So to Tommy's point, it could be an alternative for employees who are on the opposite side of the mall to get something quick and simple without having to walk all the way over to the food court.
But where do you eat it then if you're just the average mall customer,
Well,
mall shopper?
If you work at like Macy's, you can just take it in the Macy's break room and eat
but
it
if
there.
I'm not, if I don't work there, and I want that meal, where am I taking it to eat it?
Oh, you mean like if I'm a customer?
Yeah, if
okay,
I'm
sorry.
a shopper, yeah.
Well, it is funny. I mean, Rich, interesting theory. I guess you could sit on a bench, Kimmy. Yeah. I do find it funny, like, man, the food court's all the way over there, and I got a hot meal in a machine right
here. It would be
here.
weird to see somebody carrying a hot meal to the food court.
A walk-in chicken parm?
Yeah.
You could walk and eat the chicken parm, Rich.
Yeah, you could.
You very well could. And I think the novelty of it, at least in the short term, will probably keep them in business. I guess we'll all see in the long term whether or not it pans off or not.
Rich, we'll put our arms around each other's shoulders and we'll watch.
I'll eat a chicken parm at ECU Mall with you any day, Duffy.
Thanks, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Chicken parm bros.
Sidebar.
Right.
Would it bother either of you to watch a man
Parm pals.
walk and eat chicken parm while he's
Well, it's
shopping?
not mobile
Yeah, it would just
food.
be weird.
That's just sit-down food.
You're right. I'm picturing like a dinner, like a full-on, like you have a side and stuff with it. I don't know if you do. I just what I picture in my head.
Okay.
So I think that would be difficult walking
It's too
food.
much.
Okay, but no.
Because you had a cut chicken parm.
That's what I'm saying. You cut it up before you walk, and then you
much
walk.
work.
You walk in parm.
Yeah, give me a sandwich.
It's a
Nah.
parm prance. Paul writes us at Instagram. He says, we're too good of a food city for this to work. They won't last.
No, but there are pockets of places where you can't get anything.
Yeah, the food
Right.
deserts, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, it's quick. So if you're looking for something on the go,
And, again, Rich brings up the novelty of it. So I had said something earlier. Maybe people don't know what these are. There used to be businesses called automats.
Yes.
And they were around when you were a kid.
Yeah.
You want to describe what they
So
were?
basically, you walked into this building and it was just windows of food, and then you put your money in, you picked out the food you want, and then you opened up that door, and there would be like a tuna sub or a bagel or a hot dog, and it was warm and cold, and it was quick.
And
There was like a little locker almost.
Yeah, and there was a big one in Rochester downtown here, but these existed and were very popular in major cities in America.
Big in New York City where people are jumping on subways or cabs or something like that. You could grab and go.
But that's what's so unique about that idea is New York City's the greatest, arguably, food town in the world.
But it's a walk-in city.
But you had little shacks you could walk in, grab something, move.
everything.
Despite that, these automats were still successful. So I mean, to Paul's point, I get what he's saying.
Yeah.
But maybe having great food and people wanting like the convenience and draw of
Cost,
something new, and the cost too, can work side by side.
right.
Who knows? Real quick before we
What's
move on,
that?
you know where this would really crush? Parks.
Oh, yeah.
If you take your kids to a playground, the second they get there, they're starving.
Okay.
And then if my kid's got a
have a little
baseball,
picnic.
yeah, or a baseball or a soccer game, I got to get right
Oh,
from work
yeah,
to get
yeah,
my
yeah.
kid. If I had food,
All right. Every soccer field.
yeah,
But where would you put it?
underneath the gazebo.
Like near the bathrooms?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's not like a
don't want that
good
scent
spot, a good
mixing.
setup. Yeah.
Phil Parman ass.
All right, let's take a break. Every problem
Yeah.
needs a solution.
Oh, yeah.
And there are some problems that are more complicated than others and require more complicated solutions. And the reason we talk about this, yesterday, Governor Kathy Hochul had her State of the State address, and she touched on a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah.
But one idea stood out. It is headline news across New York State this morning.
Oh.
She believes that this will solve 3 to 4 massive problems facing the state in one felt swoop.
Great.
It is also going to give an opportunity to a whole bunch of grown-ass people that would not maybe have had the ability to do this before.
All right.
And there are those who think this is a really good idea. There are also those that think this is a terrible idea.
They infer it.
And I get the impression we may have an argument on our hands.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here at the Break Room on CMF. You want to solve problems, you need solutions.
Yes.
And supporters of this plan from the governor say this solves some big-time problems that we need to get out from under.
Good.
But not everyone, Tommy, agrees this is the way to go about it.
How it goes, Pat.
And wouldn't you know, we've got ourselves a disagreement about an idea from a politician.
Oh.
You hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. How'd you like your chance at $5,000?
$5,000, Kimmy.
The 5K a day cash contest is back. Winning is easy. You just go download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen to CMF for an hour a day minimum.
Mm-hmm.
That's your daily entry.
Yeah.
I mean, by the way, it's going to be easier than that.
Oh, sure.
The way we do our things.
Mm-hmm.
Minimum 3-hour listening. That is your chance to win $5,000.
$5,000.
Thank you. One winner will be randomly selected each weekday during this national contest. Good luck from your friends here on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
Big headline yesterday from Governor Kathy Hochul.
What's she saying?
She delivered her State of the State address. And that State of the State address touched on a lot of things. But the big headline from what she said,
Yeah.
free college tuition.
All right, I thought we already had that.
Not in the way you think.
All right.
First off, the program that she is presenting would cover free tuition to state schools, including community college, for associate's degrees.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
2-year degree.
Oh, okay.
2-year degree. Totally free
Okay.
for people ages 25 to 55.
Ah, okay. So you're
Man.
kind of going back to get an
The-
education.
Bingo.
essentially.
The busted generation.
Wait, we went from the greatest generation to the
The
busted generation?
You know that's the busted generation.
It's 2 generations, you idiot. Oh,
That's how
yes.
busted they are.
Kimmy, the idea, it seems, is
Yeah.
to allow people to go back to school.
All right,
Okay.
to get more education for a better job.
Okay, but that's just
Or
it.
a different job.
It's not any job. This covers only certain high-demand fields.
All right.
Ah,
Yesterday in the story, she talks about nursing,
Which we got a shortage, right?
teaching,
All right.
engineering, and a few others that we're waiting on clarification
Right.
from. So not only would the tuition for these people going back for their associate's degrees between 25 and 55 be free, the cost of books and other materials would also be paid for by New York State.
Okay.
And for those who don't know or went to college 50 years ago, Kimmy, those books will bury you.
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Bury you.
Yeah, that's why I stay away from them.
And this idea has caused massive reaction from folks who love this and folks who think this idea is awful.
Yes.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy, free tuition for adults who want to go back to school in these fields. You in? Oh, boy, here we go. Wow.
Well, I mean, I thought we were like broke. Like the state's broke.
Who said the state was broke?
They're always crying broke.
I think you just hear what you think you hear.
Are we broke? Isn't everybody broke?
Who's broke? Yeah, isn't that why free associate's degrees would probably help broke people to get like a better job?
I guess, but
I guess. So you're out on it.
well, nobody paid for I had to pay for my own education.
No, you didn't. Your dad paid like $30,000 in the 70s for you to fail out of multiple
was
private
broke.
schools.
I don't know, man. It
You're
doesn't-
the one man that can't even make the argument. I paid and worked hard for my education. I paid nothing and I wasted all my dad's money.
But everybody that paid for their own college or whatever, man, is going to be their ass is going to be checked.
Okay, all right, that is a valid
Because
argument.
I had to pay my own.
But they're not robbing a guy? Is that how they're making money back to pay their student loans?
I had to not myself. Yeah, but you know how that goes.
Okay, no, but that's...
I mean, it sounds like a good idea to me. And realistically, yes, that people like trying to kickstart their life.
Okay, Kimmy, I want your opinion. I'm sorry.
Poor folk.
Okay.
What we are watching... No, I don't think
Yeah.
it's just poor folk, man. I mean, like... middle-
Why can't it some rich dude?
Bro, I'm saying...
I think you gotta be busted. Did qualify.
No, there is nothing that has... As far as we know, there's nothing that you have to qualify under a certain amount of money.
See, that
annual.
ain't cool.
All right, hold on. I find it very funny, the internal battle in Tommy Muley right now. Because...
But I like free stuff
No, and that... Yes.
under the T.
And you also understand that this is a problem
Yes,
with the nursing and teacher
you
shortage.
got to
Right,
get these
right,
people
right.
in.
But you are so... Your age will not allow you to be like, I think this is a good idea.
It's a fight. It's
You-
an eternal old man fight.
It's like old man versus I need a nurse at some point. What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Because I need nurses.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
People ages 25 to 55 in New York State
Yeah.
going back to get their associate's degree for free in nursing, teaching, and engineering.
If it gets people into those jobs, I'm all for it.
Okay.
Because again, like this is stuff that you need, and if it's you may not think you need it right now personally, but for selfish reasons, Like, I want people to go back and get into these jobs because I know I'm going to need a nurse at some point in my life.
And I think Kimmy hits it right on the head.
Oh, yeah.
I think
Yeah.
this idea helps everybody.
Right. It's a specific role you're going back to get, right? It's not like it's just a general, like, I don't know what I want to do, so let me just go back and, let me go back for that free education just because. Like, it seems like you'd kind of have to have a purpose going back.
Exactly. Now, we've talked at length about job shortages in the nursing field, but especially, Tommy, the last couple of years here in the room about teaching shortages.
Yeah.
And we have a teaching shortage right now. Folks in the know say that with a ton of retirements looming, the teacher shortage is going to get a ton worse over the next 10 years in New York State. You have to replace these teachers.
Yeah, and you need your nurses, and you need engineers to build crap.
But, like, sticking with the teachers, and we'll get to all that stuff, right? Like, this potentially gives you a more reliable pool of people to choose from if you have folks going back to do it. And these are grown-ass people, not 18-year-old kids.
Yeah.
Right? These would be people that have been in the real world. They tried something they thought would work for whatever reason. They didn't like it. It didn't pan out.
Well, they stick out. I mean, they would be more committed to sticking it out.
Bingo. And it's a second chance for those people to find a stable, good-paying job they can potentially retire in. Yeah. And the more folks with reliable jobs in our community, the better it is for everybody. And I think that's what you need to keep in mind when you try to break this down.
Yeah.
Is, again, everyone benefits from the plan if it works the way that they laid it out. Because it's easy for a guy like you to go, sure. The people getting a free college tuition are the winners here. What did I get? But you need an educated society.
Yeah.
You can't have that without teachers. And even if you don't have kids, one day those kids in school today will grow up, and you will need them to know how to do things for you. And the better the education system, the better the workforce that comes out. And you make the same argument for nurses. Because like Kimmy said, at some point we're all going to need them. And places are spending right now a fortune to hire travel nurses to cover open spots. And that cost eventually finds a way down into our pockets. And at base level, the more pool of nurses you have, in theory, the better the quality of care.
Okay, but that's all in a grand scheme if everything goes our way.
Sure, yeah.
Which nothing ever does. Completely.
Everything sucks, so why even try?
No,
What if it helps a little bit?
Hold on. I mean, you never get 100% of anything.
Yeah.
All right. My biggest fear is, let's say this does work. There's no guarantee that these people stay in New York State.
Okay.
They could, I know, there's a huge shortage in Florida right now just based on my brothers. So they could go, hey, sunny weather, low taxes. I get the freebie up here. Next thing you know, Dade County's getting the benefit. That is a legitimate thing. So, I think you got to tie these people to the state for at least a certain length of time so you get a benefit.
Okay.
You're saying you should add something onto that saying you have to work in New York State for however many years.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's an interesting.
And if not, we arrest you.
So it's an interesting.
And then we force you to nurse at gunpoint.
Are we talking like helping people or sucking on?
Well, yeah.
Either nursing. No, okay, look, what you described is part of the free and discount tuition program they offer to high school kids.
That's what made me think. When you got the free college, you had to stick it out for a while.
But why you may not need this here,
Why?
right? Like an 18-year-old kid has the whole world as their oyster.
Yeah.
They can go do whatever they
They're
want
not
when they
tied
graduate.
down anywhere.
Someone 25 to 55, odds are they have family here, they have a home here,
Right.
they have things tying them down. Look, I wouldn't be opposed to what you're saying, but I don't know if it's necessary based on where you are in life most of the time at that age.
Yeah, I would think if you make the decision to go back and further your education, you kind of have a little bit more direction and a plan ahead of you because to make that decision, right? It's a little bit more specific.
I mean, I guess the one concern would be you're arrogant at 18, thinking you can take on the world.
Yeah.
But you have the time and ability to learn and be malleable if you want to be.
Okay.
I could see a couple of guys we know be like, you know what? I'm going to be a teacher now.
Yes. Some hump.
It ain't going to happen.
No.
But it's not like you could have like a quality, like, okay, we're going to sit you down and talk you through this because like that would probably not work out well. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Yesterday, during the State of the State, Governor Kathy Hochul laid out a plan to tackle 3 big problems, and this is the thing that got all the headlines yesterday.
Yeah.
Totally free college tuition for people that want to get their associate's degrees ages 25 to 55. And it's for only people that are going back for nursing, teaching, and engineering, and they said there will be a few others that we're waiting on clarification from. Not only would the tuition be free, the cost of books would be paid for by the state, and it solves, at least in theory, the teacher shortage, the nursing shortage, and it gives people in the working, the middle class an opportunity to better themselves.
True.
I think it's a good idea.
I do, too. I think the age is a little high.
55?
Yeah, I don't think 55 there's no benefit to it.
Bro.
I would say 45 cutoff. You're 55-year-old ass. You're 10 years away from being done. You're 20 years from being in the ground.
Okay. You are living in a 20-year-old world. Nobody retires anymore. And it would be nothing. I mean, a 50-year-old woman going back to get a nursing degree so she can.
I don't want some loud ass set in her ways. Here she comes, Betty Whiteglide, rumbling down the hall with my bedpan.
Hey, you know what? But you know what's better than that? You dying in an alley because there's no nurses.
No, I think they'll have robo-nurse.
Robo-nurse.
Yeah. The nurse robot.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
Yeah, instead of Betty Whiteglide, we'll just have Muley, fumbling down the hallway. Why do I have to put it goddamn bread pans? Couldn't keep me at CMF. Got to do this now. Go back to school. Ugh. Listen, I'm 5 years away from 55, and I will have to work till I'm dead because that's
Get off
the
the
new
phone.
economy. Shut up. What are you going to do if I'm not
My
on the
life's
phone?
not going anywhere, CMF. Help me. I'm behind on my payments. The rest too.
So that notion, that there's a lot of people retiring around that age is just BS. Number two, I'm a person who went back to school and graduated when I was 30 because I hated doing what I was doing. Paid for everything. And if they're going to give kids college tuition for free, be my guest. Because my education is not devalued by somebody else learning for free. That argument is just BS.
Okay,
You're
but
just
Jeremy,
jealous.
let me stop you there because, look, I tend to agree with you. But to somebody that would look at you and say, hey, I worked hard. I had to pay this all back. Why are these people not having to struggle the way that I did? Your answer to them would be what?
My answer to them is this. Okay, what is your alternative then? Let's hear your solution. Instead of maybe just getting on Facebook and spouting off nonsense that probably is full of misspellings, what's your solution? What do you got? If you don't have one, then our state, our government, that's part of their job is to look out for their citizens, is to try the solution. And if you don't have anything better or don't have anything at all, shut up and go back to work.
Okay, and your other point, Jeremy, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I forgot my other point.
Damn it. And you're dying soon, as you said. You're working at the grave, so that's not good for anybody.
I can't wait. Tommy, you're still low in the mix here. I don't know what's going on over there.
Yeah, we're working. We got a new piece coming. We're going to put it in the thing and hope it works.
Yeah.
It's because of my new headphones. Great. Everyone can hear me.
Jeremy, thanks, buddy. There goes Jeremy. Going back to school as an adult is an interesting idea.
That's scary.
I agree with you.
Man, you imagine 50 years old, you going back to college.
Even, 30, 40.
Yeah.
Look, I know myself, I would not have the ability to do this. And I know there are people that went and tried as hard as they could, and they didn't have the ability to do it. But I think what's interesting about this is financial barriers keep people from trying this.
Yeah.
And if you remove those financial barriers, maybe you do have this massive population of people that are not only willing to work up until they're 75, like Jeremy said.
And you'll get your money back.
And they might be good at it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I did talk to a woman who said that she looked into a program like this. It was through, I think she said Nazareth or something, but it was like a 3-year program, like a social work kind of thing. And she said one of the things you had to agree to for that free tuition was to stay working in the state for, she thought, 3 years. Was like and I don't know if that could be a whole different program than what we're talking about, but what she experienced was there was a stipulation where you did have to stay and work in the state.
And maybe that comes, look, all we have here are the bones of a plan, it seems, right? Like maybe more stuff is coming along. Here's the thing.
What's that?
I am no economist, but hear me out.
That hat.
You want to talk about stupid-looking hats that don't make you an economist?
I'm not wearing a hat today?
Yeah, it looks like you're wearing a metal hat over your ears. Ears. Look, we know there is a correlation between how educated you are and your salary.
Yeah, where you end up.
Yeah. And I know that doesn't count for everybody. I understand there are people that do not have a college education, maybe not even a high school education, but those numbers exist. They're real. The more people, Tommy, you educate, whether it's through this program for free or kids who would, in theory, be getting their teachers back from a shortage, the less you are paying in the long run for things like social services.
Yeah.
And what costs more?
You raise the poverty.
Exactly. Like, look,
lower the
poverty, raise
That's
people
why I
out
always
of
screwed it up.
Raise people out of poverty. Look, what costs you more? An associate's degree and some books, or food stamps and health coverage for someone that can't afford it for 30 years? And I'm asking honestly. I'm asking.
No, that's a good one.
I'm asking you. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Tony. Hey, Tony, how are you, brother?
Good. How you guys doing?
Good, man. What do you got?
So this is a good idea for somebody who's did not go to college yet and they want to go back and try something different. But if somebody wants to go back and be a teacher or a nurse or an engineer, associate's degree is not going to do anything for you.
And I think that's what
it kind of kickstarts you into the program.
And I think that's the kind of the brilliance of the plan, Tony, is if, like, I'm going to offer free 4-year degrees, you are making a massive financial investment into someone who may not want to do this when they get into it, may find out they don't have the time to actually get the education done, may not be smart enough to pull it off, right? All of these things, which I would fall into that. Tony, by just paying for the associate's degree, you get 2 years in, you now give this person the opportunity to go handle the rest of it on their own.
Yeah, then they only have to go for another 6 years.
Well, I mean, it depends on what you want to do, because there are also...
You got to go 6 years of nursing?
Well, no, some nursing programs will go 3. It varies.
Well, I just want to be base nurse.
Base nurse. I don't know. I'm
there
not
are
sure
18-month programs.
Oh, there you go.
To be a teacher, you have to have your master's degree in New York State.
Understood, but Kimmy, you can back me up on this.
They should drop that.
So you have to have a bachelor's degree to get the teaching job, and then I mean, depending on how you want to work it in there, you can take your master's classes over a certain period of time while you're working as a teacher.
And there are school districts that'll cover that cost if you sign on. So, I mean,
Sweet.
Tony, like, it's an investment from the state. It would be a financial investment a little bit from the person doing this. I mean, it does seem like a nice balance to me.
I don't know. I still think something better than that. We could get the Tommy Mugule school going and really help everyone
What's
out.
that?
Man, he wouldn't show up to his own school.
I also love how he suggested a school and pronounced your name wrong at the same time.
Yeah,
Hey, Tony, how old are you, buddy?
47.
Not a good start. Do you think you would have the ability, and I'm asking sincerely because I don't think I could do it, to go back to school and learn how to do a new job right now?
I actually am. I am a teacher, and I'm going back. I'm just finishing up my administration degree.
Okay.
And it is tough. I mean, it's worth it, but it is tough balancing work, school, kids, and everything else. So,
and you had to pay for that yourself? What was the financial burden for that?
It's not actually too bad.
No,
it's a long story with some grants and stuff with the program I'm going through. But I'd say for a 2-year degree with Oswego, which I would recommend to anyone, I'm thinking you're looking probably around $4,000 to $6,000.
Pass.
Okay, but that's what I mean.
Man, I'm out. The way you try to get the
You're
degree
out
to
on
be
anything. You just wanted to say pass.
But this guy's trying to be like principal or something?
Yeah, well, something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does it pay that much more?
There's definitely more pay, but
You get that parking space.
I just want to be able to do more. And yeah, I want that good parking spot.
All right.
Hey, Tony, thanks for the call, buddy. Good luck with everything.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there goes Tony. Look, with this program, free college, 25 to 55-year-olds in New York to get your associate's degree, books paid for too. Again, it would be for teaching, nursing, engineering, and some other ones they haven't laid out. I understand that this is not a guarantee. And like we said, we only have the bones of a plan. But like Jeremy brought up earlier, for those opposed to it, knowing we have this shortage of teachers and nurses, what's a better idea? What can we do to fix this if we don't try this?
Yeah, nobody's signing up for it.
Yeah. And with so many people, it feels like, Kimmy, I mean, this is right in your age bracket here, ready to make a change to try and get out of the situation they're in.
Sure.
This does feel right for the time. Not to mention, if there are people that decide to go back to school, get into education, nursing, other programs they're offering, those are now people making more money potentially than they were, which is
taxes.
It's going right back in. You got it to the community.
Tax money.
They are getting free college.
Lowers that poverty rate we're trying to do.
And lifts them out of poverty.
Out. That's I had it wrong.
I mean, look, they're getting free college, but think of the money you personally spend when you feel financially safe versus when you're strapped for cash.
Oh, you spending.
I mean, that stays.
Yeah.
It stays. It makes sense.
It does. I do think. I wonder how many people will take advantage, just because it is so hard once you maybe are already established in a job or have been working for a little while. It's really hard to motivate yourself to do that.
You're right, but it's harder when there's a $5,000 bill attached to it.
Oh, yeah, true. I'm just saying just the decision alone to go back is going to be really hard for people.
And you know what? I mean, the most romantic part about this, and I understand like romance probably shouldn't be part of like government policy.
Yeah.
But it's a second chance. How many people get a second chance?
Yeah.
We ask 18-year-old kids to know what they want to do for the rest of their life and then charge them $100,000 a year to go learn how to do it.
It has an ass-backwards system.
I'm not a fan. But this gives you a second chance.
All right, but you got to bust your ass.
Well, yeah, obviously. Yeah. But, yeah, I would.
You're already busting your ass.
I would like someone who is willing to bust their ass that's going to work in nursing, in teaching, in engineering.
But to your point, how much ass you got left? How much gas you got left in your ass?
I'm all out of ass gas. I'm all out of ass gas.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You only got so much gas in the ass in a day.
Everybody on hold, we got to move on. Shut up. It's from the AOU school that you're opening up. There is a woman facing some disturbing allegations. And not disturbing in the sexual way, not disturbing in a violent way, disturbing in an ethical way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's one thing for you to steal something, but to ask someone else to steal for you.
What they asked.
And then these people. We'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. There is an idea that kids get their morals from their parents.
Oh, yeah.
But that's not always true.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, when kids are really young, you have to watch out for your kids around you because they're much better people than you are.
Oh.
Something that makes this story and what these kids allegedly did at the request of their mother so surprising.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45, Bills-Ravens Sunday.
Oh, boy.
Live on CMF. You know, that crowd's going to be whipped into a frenzy.
Oh, God.
Out of the gate,
Yeah.
into the gate. But the Bills announced yesterday their legend of the game, who they have before everything kicks off.
Yes.
This man is a legend.
Kimmy, if there was a roof on that place, it would blow off immediately.
Oh, yeah.
And
he knows how to work a crowd.
But when you look at this guy and his background, it makes no sense that he has embraced us the way that he has.
Nope.
And we'll get into it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
let's take a trip.
Where are we going?
Wayne County.
Oh, nice area.
That's where we find a 38-year-old woman who has been arrested for a shocking allegation. Authorities say this SOTUS woman committed petty larceny
Soda's gal.
after she used her kids to steal $300 from their dental hygienist.
What?
How does that work?
She apparently asked the kids it says she used the kids to steal $300 from her dental
It's like she
hygienist.
just,
Like
maybe
in-
they were a distraction of some sort.
Yeah, like medical equipment or like
No,
cash?
it sounds like cash.
People are paying their dentists in cash.
Unless the dental hygienist had cash. Okay, so here, look.
Right.
Everything
Oh,
I
true.
told you.
Yeah, I guess somebody
All right.
could just have
If
it.
you don't have insurance, you would.
Everything I told you, all the details we have. We don't know how old the kids are. We don't know if she stole the money from the person, the dental hygienist, or the business, the dental
But
hygienist.
she got the kids to snag the cash.
This is according. It says use the kids to steal $300. She was also charged with 2 counts of endangering the welfare of a child. She's got a court date coming up to answer for the charge.
All right.
So any chance this woman had of winning Mom of the Year 2025 out the window 2 weeks
Yeah,
in.
yeah.
Not great.
Take a knee.
Yeah, not great. But these charges are surprising past the idea that a mother would allegedly ask her kids to steal for her. Kimmy,
Yeah.
I want you to think back to like 9-year-old you.
Okay.
If your dad came to you and said, steal that right now, would you have done it?
I mean, I was a kid who was afraid of everything. So I probably not, but I guess if my dad painted it in a way where it didn't look like, or if he convinced me in some way that it wasn't stealing.
Okay.
You know, I may have done it. I still probably would have believed a parent at the time.
But if he would have said steal, you would have told him.
I don't know. I don't think I would have done it.
I don't need to ask you. You
I
were
would have
born.
been too scared.
What's that?
I mean, I don't know which one the bad one was from Cain and Abel, but you were that one. It's out of the womb bad.
No, but my father was also a salesman. He could sell you into whatever he was doing.
Bro, he could tell you steal at 9 and you would absolutely steal for him. So, Tommy, kids, when they go off to school, all of a sudden have a very sturdy moral compass.
All right.
They know what is right and they know what is wrong.
Okay.
And as a parent, in front of your elementary school child, if you ever do something wrong, dishonest, if you cheat in front of them, they're going to tell you.
Yes. They'll tell everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Like, we don't know the age of these kids, like we said in the story, but if these kids are under 12 years old, the most surprising part of this story, if they went along with the plan from their mom, was that they were willing to do it. And
They're going to embarrass you, man.
I mean, that's just it. There are a couple of truths that every parent knows. They're universal. One, we're all going to screw up our kids somehow, and we're not going to find out till they're adults.
Yeah.
2, your kids will always be nonstop bags of sickness that spread the plague at all times. But the one that everyone experiences is what you just said. At some point, your kid is going to publicly out you for something you've done wrong.
Kids. Well, I was going to say kids under 10, worst secret keepers ever.
So it happened to my old man. So he bombed out with his own kids, right? So he goes, all right, now you focus on the grandkids.
Sure, yeah.
So my brother's firstborn, my nephew, his grandson, going to take him golfing. Teach them the game of golf. So they go up to Cape Cod.
Great.
They're on vacation, and the little one's going to play golf with Grandpa. And they have a great day of golfing. And they really had a good time. And they bonded over it. And they get home, and my sister-in-law goes, how was it golfing with Grandpa? He goes, great, except Grandpa cheats. He goes, he doesn't write down the right numbers in the box. But he called him a cheater, and it was the last time my father took him golfing.
I mean, and that's just it. Maybe it's something your kid heard you say behind someone's back. Maybe it's a lie you told to get out of something that they knew was a lie. Maybe they caught you doing something you haven't.
Little ones got big ears, man.
That's just it, man.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. You moms and dads can back me up on this. Their aunts, their uncles, their parents' friends, definitely their teachers hear all about the immoral, unethical, bad things our kids see us do. You know, we're just talking about teachers. Elementary school teachers have to have enough information to blackmail every parent that has ever had a kid in their class.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's
The
gotta
things
be,
you got to hear.
and it's got to be hard for them to decide when to tell somebody about it, because you know how like kids also don't tell the story quite right.
Yep.
And that teacher's probably like, okay, well that doesn't sound right.
Oh,
I
you
don't
mean
know.
when the teacher is supposed to tell somebody about it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
record it?
just because, well, or just like the kid said, you know, I haven't eaten in 10 days, and then is the teacher has to make the decision: is this kid telling the truth? Are they exaggerating, or
Yeah.
are they just saying stuff to say stuff?
And here's the problem.
What's that?
As a parent with a super ethical child, which most of them are in elementary school, there is nothing you can do to stop it. You cannot tell a kid of a certain age to lie for you because they don't understand it. They also get very excited, Tommy, when they figure out they have knowledge that they should not have that no one else knows.
Makes them feel adult.
And it eats at them from the inside out.
Yeah.
But most importantly, your job as a parent is to teach them the right thing to do. So if they catch you, it is really hard, ethically as a parent, to double down
you're
and
screwed.
explain to them sometimes people have to do bad or dishonest things. It just doesn't work,
Sometimes
man.
you have to lie in a good way.
I mean, I think we also all have those memories of when we figured out the first time that our parents weren't always honest or true or good people. Do you have that memory in your head? Do you remember the first lie you caught your parents telling somebody else? Like, ooh, ooh, ooh.
I'm trying to think of a specific time. Well, I do remember, like, they never told me. They realized they could never tell my brother something because my brother would go and repeat it. They got in trouble a lot with family members because, you know, like you're bitching about somebody at home, and then my brother would just run and tell grandma or run and tell Aunt so-and-so. So you couldn't. They realized they could not gossip at home anymore.
252-WCMF. We're talking about the story out in Wayne County. 38-year-old woman from Sodus was arrested after police say she used her kids to steal $300 from a dental hygienist. She's been charged with petty larceny, also 2 counts of endangering the welfare of a child. And the most surprising part of the story is that, depending on the age of the kids, we don't know, that they went along with it. Because every kid, as a child, is the most honest person. They'll keep you honest. Steven writes us on Instagram. When we go grocery shopping, my kid, if he thinks I didn't scan something, will say very loudly, "Dad, you didn't scan that." And I show him, and he's like, "Oh."
It's like having a little narc with you all the time.
No, it really is.
Yeah.
When you have a kid of that age, that kid, forget like surveillance cameras.
Yeah, you don't need them.
If you just gave everyone
A little alarm in your cart.
if everyone had to carry a 7-year-old around with them at all times, there would be no crime in
Yeah,
America.
that probably wouldn't work.
You're right.
And realistic.
Sure. Yeah, I think. Yeah, we'll hash.
Farther afield.
You've said farther afield every day for 3 days.
Yeah. It's my new
We're on a streak.
phrase of the week.
So going back to the story,
What?
I mean, the victim of the story is the dental hygienist out of 300.
Oh, sure.
But the actual victims of this story are the kids.
Oh, yeah, it's going to stick with them.
And like whether they're 10 or whether they're 16, if the allegations are true, mom put them under a lot of pressure. Like you said, Kimmy, like if your parents ask you to do something, you know it's wrong, but it's mom and dad.
Yeah. Well, they said they make you feel better about it. They said it's okay, so it's probably fine.
Brian writes us on Facebook. So does that mean the kids need a new dental hygienist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, that's actually a good question. Because, like, let's say the kids are 10 and 12.
Yeah.
All right. They just did what mom told them to do.
Yeah.
So it's not the kid's fault if the allegations are true.
True, bud.
You'd be holding it against the kids who are essentially innocent in this story.
Well, who's
Yeah.
bringing the kids in?
Dad? I don't know.
He's probably a scuzz too, maybe. I don't know.
He's probably a scuzz too, maybe.
Probably, maybe. I don't know.
You know,
I can't imagine them being welcomed back in. take your teeth to somebody else.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd steal from somewhere you need and you have to go back to.
Well, I mean, it's a crime of opportunity. It sounds like there could have been $300 sitting in someone's purse that you just reached out and grabbed.
Do little kids go to the hygienist?
Yeah.
Like if they go to the dentist, is there like a kitty
Yeah,
dentist? Is there a kitty dentist?
I always went to
yeah.
Regular dentist?
the same dentist as my parents. Yeah.
Well, no, there are pediatric dentists.
Are there?
Yeah.
I don't know if she was going and the kids were just with her.
It's a good question.
Because like she could have been in the room and the kids in the waiting room. That would have been the caper.
I mean, now that you bring it up, when I was a kid, I went to the same dentist my parents went to.
Yeah, but I'm saying like she's in the room getting clean or whatever. Kids are out in the lobby.
Or in the room.
They could, make a move.
They could also be in the room with her, grab. I
Yeah.
mean, who knows if the allegations are true.
It's not a bad plan if you're looking to steal.
For God's sakes.
Well, to your point, you're left in the
That
room
could.
by yourself sometimes.
Yeah.
So that could be to your point, crime
Shouldn't
of
do it.
opportunity.
Going back to Brian's Facebook message that they're going to need a new dental hygienist. Let me ask you a question.
Good.
So let's say, Tommy, you have somebody over at your house, mother, 2 kids.
Yeah.
And at the behest of mom, these kids take cash out of your house.
Yeah.
Would you ban the kid from your house? Like if dad's going to bring them over the next time, would you say you can't bring the kids over?
You can't come over.
The kids?
Really?
The kids?
They
I
didn't.
understand
What if they didn't even know what they were? They were just following the rules, following directions.
I understand that, but I don't want that in my house. Like that. I mean, I don't know if the kids. I don't know what the frame of mind of that kid is. I don't need the little grubby ass hands all over my house stealing.
You serious?
Go to somebody else's house.
What age in your head should a child know? Like they now
That they're
have
doing wrong.
Yeah, they have participated in the actual crime. The age of what?
Like 6, 7. You know what you
6 or 7?
You little wise ass.
No,
know
you're
what you're
not.
doing.
I was waiting to hear like 16.
16.
Yeah.
Right then you're probably in prison.
I mean, look, my daughter's 14. I don't know if I could get her to steal something
Yeah,
for me.
probably not now. She's at the perfect age where she's questioning everything you ever told her.
Yeah, coming up snake eyes because it's all right, baby.
Maybe my dad's an idiot.
Hey.
Every kid has a thought,
No, it was
But
unnecessary.
and it's always dad first.
I know it ain't the kid's fault, but that kid would be tainted in my head. That even though
But what
you're
could-
probably a good kid, but you got scuzz ass parents.
Yeah, but
You're
as much
that
as,
kid, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
and I was gonna say if this is a kid you're related to, whether it's a nephew, niece,
Oh.
grandkid, like what could that kid, even if that kid stole from you on their own, what could they steal for you where you'd never want them at your house again?
All right. Oh, we got the question.
What's that?
Well, you got your stepson, daughter-in-law,
Yeah.
Right.
and your grandbabies.
Right.
Let's say 10-year-old kid comes over, your grandson.
Grandson.
He steals on his own.
Right.
There's $50 sitting on the counter. Puts
$50.
in his pocket. Bang, he's out.
All right.
They figure it out, but
Right.
he's already spent $30 worth of
All
stuff.
right.
And he spent it on stuff you hate, too, like hipster music
All right.
and candy you won't eat.
Right.
He bought a bunch of pancakes. The kid allowed back in your house?
Of course,
You
because
pansy-ass
I have
bitch.
no control.
You pansy. Your wife comes to you
No,
and goes, honey,
yeah.
how do you feel about this?
Yeah.
What do you say?
What do you think I said?
I'm asking you a
Let him
question.
come back and he's a good boy. Yeah, I got to play the game.
So you'd hate that kid.
Keep an eye on him.
Would you hate that kid?
I'm locking things up.
It's not. You didn't answer the question.
What's that?
Would you have animosity towards a 10-year-old kid for stealing
I mean,
$50?
there'd always be a little hint of, what do you call it, mosity?
Animosity? Mosity
Or
is that.
What's
Suspicion.
lower animosity?
I guess let's go with mosity.
Mosity. I mean, everybody would. I mean, it would always be in the back of your mind.
No. I mean, you can also
At
understand
10,
that kids will
though.
be kids at that age.
I
Maybe a
understand.
teenager you might have more
Teenager,
of that.
forget about it.
But I think at 10, I think you think
He
maybe
doesn't
that kid
understand?
learned a lesson. Maybe he won't do
I
it
don't know.
again.
No, I mean, you understand the 10 that you're stealing, but
yeah,
now it's the
but they're also adorable.
it's the question of the draw of that
Yeah.
versus self-control.
Mhm.
All right, let me ask you. You know what the
Go ahead,
funniest
go
part
ahead,
about
go
this is?
ahead.
No, I don't even have to ask you nothing. You know what the funniest part about this is,
What?
Kimmy? Like he says, I keep an eye on the kid. I'd have mosity, all this stuff. If your wife told you, why don't you sit down and explain to him what he did wrong? You wouldn't do it because you're too much of a coward.
I also don't have anything to draw from.
Well, you could just say, "Don't be like me."
Yeah, but I don't want him
That's
to
a
know
start.
that.
By the way, any kid that looks at him knows not to be like him.
I don't want the kid to know my past.
Okay,
that
so
kid's gonna figure out your past at some point.
How?
Not like.
Oh, man.
Maybe not to the full extent.
if only there were 30 years worth of audio that's available
Ow.
online
you
at all
think by the
times.
time that kid know radio, he's not going to be.
Everybody gets
radios,
curious about their grandparents. If
podcasting.
you're telling me if you knew as an adult that your grandpa had a podcast and everything he ever said was recorded, you're not going back to look? You're not curious about the
they
thoughts
be
that your
obsolete by then?
grandparents may have had?
It's going to live on the WCMF website
Yeah.
forever. You didn't think that through?
No.
Idiot. You want to change your answer now? Because he's
No.
probably. It's
Well, now I'm screwed.
Hold on. Let's look 10 years in the future. He's listening to this break right now. What an ass.
All he's got to do is Google your name.
All right.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I thought I was off the hook.
No, you
Because I didn't
idiot.
think kids would have interest in like old people radio.
Grandpa.
Grandpa
it's-
radio.
No, I'm saying you're his grandpa.
Yeah, it's also
Grandpa Radio.
my mouth is grandpa mouth on a microphone.
Look, man, there's like 3 other shows that are way more Grandpa Radio than us, so I think we'll be okay.
All right.
Just take that jacket off and we'll be okay. All right, let's take a break. Your Buffalo Bills, big game on Sunday. We've been talking about it all week, right? Yeah. And if you're fortunate enough to be inside that building, it's going to be nuts.
Yeah.
And just when you think it couldn't get any nutser, you use Mossity. Shut up. The Bills announced who their legend of the game is.
Great pick.
You ain't kidding, man. He loves this team.
Yeah.
He loves this community. And when you look into his background, it makes 0 sense. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. I mean, there are some people you fall in love with and you love them till the day you die.
Oh, sure.
And this is this man. But it makes sense we would love him. It's the love he has for us, which when you really get into this guy's background, doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
But I guess the less questions we ask with the love that we share for each other, the better.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8 o'clock. It's Wednesday, you know what that means.
Oh, we're going to get a little hate going on.
Tommy claimed people who displayed, served, shared this expensive item were not doing it out of the kindness of their heart.
No, they ain't.
Why were they, Tommy?
They're just showing off. They're rubbing it in your face, and they know it.
One man heard this discussion, and he's very upset with you because he is this guy. He admits he's this guy.
Yeah.
And in trying to argue against your point, he may be the best point maker for you of all time.
That's what these people do.
We'll get into it just after 8 o'clock. Hate Mail of the Week coming at you here on CMF. Bills Ravens 6:30 live Sunday right here on 96.5 WCMF. If you are fortunate enough to be able to go to this game on Sunday, it's going to be a madhouse.
I can't imagine.
I'm already getting chills, man. Like, I am so excited.
By the way,
chills. It's going to be cold.
It's going to be freezing there.
Okay.
On top of it, like 16 degrees.
Lamar,
But you're prepared.
yeah, 8 degrees, I believe, at kickoff is what they're predicting.
Yeah.
Lamar, Derrick Henry have never played in games under 20 degrees. Not that 8 to 20 is much of a difference.
Right.
But as much of a frenzy as this fan base will be whipped into, I mean, you got all day tailgating up till 6:30.
Yeah, which is dangerous.
Shut up.
Oh, you know it.
Oh, you guys gonna have a party? Okay, be careful,
Party
everybody.
doesn't usually start at 8 in the morning with pancakes and booze.
I wonder if the nerves of this game make tailgating more out of control or tame it a little bit.
Out of control.
Well, yeah, you would know.
Oh, it's going to be way more out of
Yeah.
You're going to be nervous drinking all
Yeah.
day. But
Right.
for those who don't know, before the game, the Bills, in an effort to whip the crowd in even more of a frenzy, will bring out what they call a legend of a game.
So he's going to lead the charge, basically?
You got it. These are former Bills, former head coaches that come out and they say...
They do the chant.
Yeah,
They
they
had
go,
Flutie recently, right?
Flutie was there. Kyle Williams was there for the playoff game the other day. That was a big frenzy.
All right.
But they've announced who their legend of the game is going to be on Sunday night.
What a great choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Fitzpatrick. Where else would you rather be than right here, right now?
So he's not even packing a shirt for the flight. He's flying in bare chested.
Do they let you into the stadium?
Well,
Take
they
Ryan
let him.
Fitzpatrick out of it, but the average fan, can you go into the stadium bare chested, or do you have to reveal your chest later?
Oh, that's a good question.
No, I don't know.
When
I'm
can you
asking.
reveal
Do you
your
have to have a
chest?
shirt to enter the stadium?
Why would you?
I don't
I've never
know.
seen anybody bare chested in line. I think that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know.
Anyways,
So with Ryan Fitzpatrick being the leader of the charge, Ryan Fitzpatrick probably is, the most fan-friendly Bills alum of all time.
he's a true fan.
Legitimately.
Yeah.
So this will be, for those who don't know, I believe the third playoff game that Ryan Fitzpatrick will attend for the Bills since he's retired. And when Ryan Fitzpatrick goes to Bills playoff games, with the exception of this one, I'm assuming, he just buys tickets like a regular
He's a
person.
Sits with the people.
Yes. So the Chiefs game last year.
That's when he took his shirt
No,
off,
that was
right?
2 years ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was 2
Yeah,
years
he
It
was
was in
there
the
with his
snow.
son. Yeah, it was there. Yeah, in the club section, and it looked like he was a rotisserie
Oh,
chicken.
yeah, because he had that red light over
Yeah.
him almost.
So the Kansas City game, my seats are on the 20-yard line. I'm down low, so
Ooh,
I
look at me.
got him.
Season ticket holder.
I got him during the strike season.
I see celebrities under lights.
No, I don't actually. I don't.
No,
know.
he's not under
the
this,
lights. Up.
This wasn't
He
the
has
light
no
game.
heaters.
All right.
This wasn't the light guy.
Go
Yeah, I'm
ahead.
not a heater guy. So I go to take.
I'm not a heater guy.
I'm not,
No,
man. I
you
want
have to pay more for those.
Yeah, and I want to be with the people, man. So I go up to take a leak. I'm walking up the stairs. Ryan Fitzpatrick. I walk by a guy. I go, that looks like. Oh my God, he was sitting 15 rows behind me.
Wow.
Just with everybody, hanging
Yeah.
out. No
Yeah.
big deal. And he was there with his kids.
Yeah.
His wife and kids.
He wants them to share in the experience.
He flew his family
That is wild.
to Orchard Park, New York, and bought tickets on the 15-yard line, other side,
Watch his favorite team.
and just hang out with everybody. It was the most, I love you thing I've ever seen.
He's got to be the first broadcaster to act like that.
He's got to be the first broadcaster ever wait in line for the bathroom at a Bills game.
Right.
I mean,
point.
think about it, because he's got a legitimate broadcasting job on Amazon.
Yeah, no, he is their draw.
I mean, it'd
Yeah.
be like seeing like Bob Costas just sitting in the stands with his family watching a Giants game.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Are there other broadcasters that have that laid back with the people personality?
I would think they would be afraid like they'd get mauled by fans or people
Yeah.
that hate you. You know what I mean?
So that was the other weird thing about Ryan Fitzpatrick. Everybody was all excited, but they weren't mobbing him. We were just enjoying the game, and I asked to take a picture with him, and he was super cool about it. Made a very funny face. It was great. Meanwhile, his daughter was sleeping in the seat next to him, curled up like a cat.
Yeah.
It was the nicest thing I'd ever
Wow.
seen. But here's the thing.
What's that?
As much as we love Ryan Fitzpatrick, the fact that he loves us so much doesn't really make sense. So, I get that he got his biggest contract from the Bills before his career kind of went south.
But he bounced around forever.
He did, and he had success
Number
other places.
one backup.
Yeah, but I think he made his most money in Buffalo.
Okay.
You wouldn't think he's the kind of guy that would be into what Bills fans do, because I don't know if you've ever watched ESPN whenever he had a game. He has an economics degree from Harvard.
Yeah.
What? He's a Harvard guy?
Harvard grad. But on top of that, he was born and raised in Gilbert, Arizona, if I'm not mistaken.
I did not know he was an
He's
Arizona
in no
native.
shirt. It's so hot.
So he's a warm weather guy with an economics degree from an Ivy League one of the best colleges in the world. And for some reason, he has embraced the insanity and below zero temperatures of Western New York.
Mm-hmm.
And on one hand, it makes him all the more lovable. But on the other hand, I can't figure
questions.
how did that happen?
And I think it's interesting, too, because it seems like he's really been a fan all along. It's not like he's just jumping on the Bills bandwagon now that they've been to the playoffs the last, 5 seasons in a row. I feel like he's always kind of rooted for the Bills, even when he was still playing.
Yeah.
It's really strange.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah, there were those discussions of how hard it was going to be, and it's also
he would
funny.
always talk about his days, remember his days in Buffalo very fondly.
Who was the coach when he was here?
Chan Gailey? Yes, we Chan.
Yeah.
Yes, we Chan.
I can't even tell you what that guy looks like.
He looks like Chan Gailey. That's the only way you can describe him. He doesn't look like anything but.
So he didn't look like a coach.
No, he looked like a
Chan.
coach.
Oh.
But he looks like a Chan.
All right.
Yes, he Chan.
Is this Fitz's first Legend of the Game appearance, or has he been that before?
Oh, it's a good question. I don't remember him being it, but then again, at that point in the game, I'm not exactly good for memory. So
exciting.
Yeah, exciting. You're like my mom today. Be careful,
Wow.
party.
Very exciting.
Very exciting.
Don't get
game.
overheated.
And I just told him. I said. But
it's only great if they win.
Well, no,
he still makes it fun.
Yes,
you get to at least enjoy
but
it
if
pregame.
they lose, and then you're walking out bare chested. You can look like
Well, he's done that before.
I will say this.
you just look like an alcoholic.
There's a guy on Twitter. There's an account on Twitter or Instagram, and it's the funniest thing. It's fans dressed up, sad that their team is losing a game.
Got to be priceless.
Sad fans in costume.
Yes, it's one of the funny because everyone's
So you went all in
Yeah.
and they blew it.
Exactly, and it's it's a 50-year-old guy who's like a high school principal during the
Face
week, right?
painted.
Yeah, face painted, shoulder pads,
Yeah.
spikes coming out of you. Meh,
Yeah.
meh.
You got to drive home in that.
What makes it weird that Ryan Fitzpatrick loves Western New York even more. Again, talking about Ryan Fitzpatrick, he will be the Bills legend of the game on Sunday before the Ravens game. Bills fans kind of turned on him on his way out because things did not go well.
Yeah.
But he didn't hold that against anybody. Fun fact, not fun for Ryan Fitzpatrick, he never made the playoffs in his entire career.
Oh, he's
Right.
never been into a
He
playoff.
never made the playoffs.
Wow.
There was one season.
Because he was in Miami and Tampa, right?
Yes. Yeah. There was a single season where he had a legitimate opportunity. He was the quarterback of the New York Jets.
Oh.
They had won, I believe, 8 or 9 games. They had to win the last game of the season, and they were qualifying for the playoffs, and they came to Orchard Park.
Yep.
And
Yep.
I was at that game,
I remember this.
and I was devastated because I did not want to have to cheer against Fitz, but what are you going to do?
Yeah.
The Bills had nothing to play for. Ryan Fitzpatrick was driving the Jets down the
Yeah.
field, under 2 minutes left. Touchdown wins it. He fitzed himself and threw a pick to Leotis McKelvin, I believe, in the end zone. Game over.
So wasn't that kind of his MO wherever he went? He would
have these great
blow it.
games, and then
at the worst time.
Yes, he's a
Yeah.
gunslinger. So, yeah, you're going to throw for 400 yards,
Yeah.
and then in the worst possible moment, you're going to throw a bad pick. But
Fitzmagic to Fitztragic.
yes, but that's the other weird thing, Kimmy. Like the one real opportunity he had to get to the playoffs and make a run, the Bills also took it from him,
Right.
and the crowd went nuts when it happened. Yet he still keeps coming back.
The class guy.
I love him. I love this man.
That's class.
God,
And he's rich as crap.
yeah, you ain't kidding, man.
Oh, he's got to be.
He's got Bezos money now.
Yeah.
He's got a rocket?
Well, no, he works for Amazon.
Oh.
Let's take a break. It's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. You know what that means.
Oh, hey.
Hate Mail of the Week coming at you. Tommy had a hot take about alcohol. Shock face. But this wasn't so much about the alcohol. It was more the people serving this alcohol.
The delivery system.
You got it. And you went pretty hard at these people.
Because I know of what I speak.
Okay.
My family are these people.
My family are these people.
They, them people.
One man heard you, and he's very upset because he admits he is one of these people. And he is arguing that what you said is completely off base. And in arguing that, he may have actually made your point harder.
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's get it. There are the haves and the have-nots, Tommy.
That's the way it goes, buddy.
And you think you want a taste of the good life.
Oh, yeah.
But when it shows up from people you may know, it's not always what you'd expect it to be.
Mm-hmm.
That was the crux of a conversation we had right before we went on our holiday break there. And it has one person a little bit upset that one person would even suggest that he was doing what seems exactly what he was doing. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, it's Wednesday, it's 8 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And a day before we went on our little break there, we told you a new shocking statistic.
What's that?
Alcohol sales last year were down. And the blame was put on how expensive alcohol had gotten over the last couple of years. Prices are going up. But there was actually, Tommy, one area where the price in alcohol actually went down.
Wow.
High-end alcohol.
Top shelf.
Yes.
Right.
For some reason, as the lower and middle tiers of alcohol rose in price, top shelf alcohol was becoming more, quote, affordable. So quick follow-up, by the way. Story yesterday says that we were drinking less during the holidays, too, and we don't know why.
Wow.
So alcohol use maybe going down.
Okay.
But when we found out that high-end liquor prices were going down, right before Christmas, Hanukkah, we had a discussion about serving high-end spirits at get-togethers. Specifically, was it a classy gesture to spend the money to share this rare alcohol with the people you care about, or was it a dick move when people who can afford it are just flashing their cash and letting those people at their house know, I'm better than you?
Breaking out the good stuff.
Tommy, remind me what you said.
They're dicks. They're just rubbing it in your face. They ain't doing it because they want you to experience the good life. They want you to know that they have the good life and your ass don't.
Okay. Tommy proceeded to kick high-end liquor servers in the scrot over and over and over again.
Because these people look down on you as a low sipper.
For about 15 minutes. And that bothered someone. Someone who says he does what he does because he cares.
Because he high sips.
And people like you, Tommy, are actually the ones that have a problem. And just so everyone's aware, we got this letter on January 3rd, so they must have heard it on a replay while we were off, and I think there's something in the letter that also gives us a clue.
Okay.
Actual physical letters sent through the mail telling us we suck. Very upset with low-sipping Tommy. Sit back and enjoy today's Hate Mail of the Week.
I heard a radio bit about high-end alcohol and the people who serve it to their friends and family. One person on your station said people who do that do it only because they want to look rich and impressive and don't really care about the people at their parties. That could not be more wrong. I tried to call, but couldn't get through, so I'll say my piece here. My wife and I have been very fortunate financially the last few years, and we want to share that. Every year for New Year's Eve, we get several bottles of Dom Perignon to drink throughout the night and toast with at midnight. Most of the people at the party only have tried it at our home. I don't buy that so people at my house think I'm better than them. I spend that money willingly because I want those people to know that I care about them, and I want them to get an experience they wouldn't normally get on their own. It's a treat that they could not do for themselves. The man who is judgmental, he's the one who has the issue. Don't let the insecurities about how your life has turned out make people doing something nice look like bad people. I didn't make the mistakes you made. Don't try to make me feel bad for sharing the good fortune my wife and I have. Sincerely, Paul.
If you're watching the live stream, he's like a little
I
bulldog
know,
trying to get
I know,
off the
he
chain.
can't-
Let
he
the
can't
letter
hold it
go.
in.
All right, Tommy, get him.
Mr. Good Fortune. He said good fortune multiple times.
Oh, yeah, good
And then
fortune.
he's just like, he serves it all once a year so they can have the experience.
Well, he wants to share it with his
Once
poor
a year.
friends.
Here's your sip once a year.
Wait. You think he should be outfitting his family with bottles of Dom Perignon
Well, he's
throughout
been
the
such good fortune. I mean, he breaks out the good stuff once a year. He's like one of these low-end millionaires that thinks he's hit. Like, he's my dad. My dad thought he was like my dad had bank, but not when he got around people with bank.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
serious bank.
Okay.
But he thinks he's in that group, but he ain't. He's a
Okay.
10-cent millionaire, man.
Well, I mean, look, I've been to your house. Never had Dom there.
I'm
Just
not
saying.
busted. I'm busted ass. And
Low
I'm a low sipper.
Low sipping, busted ass.
Yes.
No gas in the ass, bitch.
And this is my brother did it. My old man used to do it all the time. And then there'd always be a backstory or how much it costs. You can't get this at certain places. And it's all BS.
But aren't you saying that because you want that person to know like how unique the
To
moment
appreciate
is?
it.
Yes, I mean,
Right.
No, because most people just want to get high, have a couple of
Yeah,
drinks.
but
have some
but
laugh.
you are. I mean,
It's shaming.
You are picky because you would also judge somebody for only having low end stuff.
Well, yes.
all right, put a pin in that. Put a pin in that. We'll loop back around. The phone number is 252 WCMF 252-9263. These types of letters are my favorite kinds of letters.
Why is that?
Well, because in defending himself, he's kind of totally proving
Yes,
your
he
point.
sounds like that person.
I mean, it was the most smug way of saying, hey, I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy.
We have done so well in life.
Quote from his letter. What was his name? I forget.
Paul.
Paul, thank you. Quote, I spend that money willingly
Yes.
because I want those people to know I care about them and I want them to get an experience they would normally get on their own.
Because you can't afford it.
He says, quote, it's a treat they could not do for themselves.
So how condescending is
It
that?
is. It is.
He multiple times has elevated himself and called all his friends busted.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way people talk about their kids. It's a treat for them they could not do for themselves.
Right.
Like, you don't even really need to read between the lines here. Like, he could have just said, I enjoy
I'm
it. and
taking care of them.
well, no, he could have said, Kimmy, I enjoy it and I want to share it with people.
Yeah.
But he says out loud on paper, it's a treat they could not afford for themselves.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds like he's doing it for the gasp factor.
Yeah. He wants to show off.
Dom Perry, yum.
So the other thing my old man used to do,
Uh-huh.
if anybody gave him a good bottle of booze, he would, like, let's say you were at a party, somebody brought something really nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Put it away.
Is that not appropriate?
No, he wouldn't
Wait,
put it, like,
he just
let's-
wanted to show you.
No, he wouldn't open it for
somebody
the party.
brought it
That's
as
what I'm
a
saying.
gift to my parents' cocktail party.
Oh, they brought
And
it.
if it was like
Gotcha,
high-end
gotcha.
stuff, like single malt liquor, high-end single batch bourbon,
Yeah.
beautiful. He put it away.
Question.
Right. He wouldn't leave it out because obviously, you bring a bottle, you open it.
No, hold on.
when you bring it to somebody, do you expect them to open it? Because I don't.
The class thing would be to put it on the bar,
Okay, let's talk.
not
But I'm
hide it.
Let's talk.
not going to open it if I brought it.
No, he
No,
should.
the host should open it, is what
Yeah.
he's saying.
Okay.
I disagree with you.
Of course,
What does that mean?
because you're a liquor hoarder. You're a hoarder.
I mean, I am kind of a liquor hoarder.
Yeah.
But
like when I know for sure when certain people come into your house, you start stashing like a squirrel.
they don't appreciate.
See?
You gonna let my dad drink, bro? You do that stuff. My dad don't appreciate it. Oh, it's good. I can serve the guy turpentine. Oh, it's single malt turpentine. I mean, look.
Right.
If somebody were to bring me a really high-end bottle of booze,
Yeah.
I think it is completely appropriate to go, oh my God, thank you so much. It's a gift for me. I'm going to put it in the liquor cabinet. The reason you think
That's low end.
the reason you think people should open it is because you're a dick who only drinks one thing and isn't malleable. So you'll bring what you want to drink
Yes.
and then expect them to open it so you can have exactly what you want. I know a
Yeah.
guy like that too. When I get you some Coors Light.
I would feel funny if I brought something to somebody and they opened it and only served it to me and they didn't pour themselves something because I would
Or may
think, do
not
they
be their
not
thing.
like this? But that's why I'm saying, like, that's
And that's
why
just it. He doesn't even care.
That's-
I like Jameson. I'm bringing it. I don't care if you like it.
that's my
Well, let's say-
point. Like, that's why I wouldn't find it offensive if they put it away because I would think, oh, that's great. Like, this seems like something they want to save for later.
And like, let's say somebody brings you a nice bottle of wine. A lot of people bring wine to
Yeah.
a party.
Yeah.
Like to stash it away.
But if it's a really nice bottle of wine, and let's say
Share it. It's an event.
No, but let's say there's 12 people there and
Yeah,
you got
you-
one bottle of wine. Not everybody's
going to get
okay,
some,
that's
yeah.
fine, but at least open it and let that happen.
No, because what if everyone lines up? Ooh, and then you get to like the seventh person. Sorry. I
The way
want
it goes.
some more. The way it goes.
The way it goes.
All right, so if
baby.
I got 30 people, you open up your tiny bottle of
Yeah.
Jameson that you bring as a quote gift,
I bring a nice bottle.
and then you don't get yours, what happens?
I'm going home.
252 WCMF Hate Mail of the Week. A man named Paul writes us a letter after Tommy had said that people who serve high-end alcohol at family functions, high-end, high label, they're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it to be smug. And Paul says, no, he does it because him and his wife, they serve Dom Perignon at New
Which
Year's
is about
Eve.
as high as in champagne you get.
Can you Google what the base level Dom
It's what
costs?
Mick drinks.
That's why I don't
It's
know
what every one of those rappers drinks.
That's why I'm asking, because I'm not Mick or a rapper. And I'm definitely not a rapping Mick.
You run your mouth like one. and here's the best part of this.
Okay, can I finish
No, go ahead.
recapping? I'm sorry.
Price ranges from $250 to
$250?
to $400.
And he's got multiple bottles?
Bro, when he says multiple, that's two.
Okay, that's still
He
$500.
ain't breaking out a case like it's the Titanic.
He says him and his wife have been fortunate the last couple of years. He
very
brings it
fortunate.
out. So, quote,
401
Gotta burp.
crook.
Quote, I spend that money willingly because I want those people to know I care about them and I want them to have an experience they wouldn't normally get on their own. It's a treat they could not do for themselves. He proves Tommy's point. You're going to yell, and then I'll crush you.
Because they think, like, here's the thing, like, people that do that, and my family is the worst. They think they're classy doing this. And in it, they look like chintz and low class.
No, you don't.
Because, like, people that really have money don't flaunt it. Like, people that drink Dom Perignon probably drink it as a beverage. Like, it's not a special occasion. This guy thinks he's high-end. He's chintz because he had to save up to get it, and he makes a big production out of it. Where people with money, that's just their normal, and they act like they've been there before.
Okay.
If you do this, you chintz.
So with all that being said, that wasn't a great point.
That's the old man point.
That was not a good point.
That was a great point.
All that being said, no, I meant the physical and the actual point. There is a point that Paul makes here.
Chintzy Paul?
That means you're also wrong. It is, as he says in this letter, 100% Tommy, your insecurity that makes this an issue.
And he's
no. You didn't hear what I just said. You didn't hear what I just said.
I heard what you said. My insecurity.
Yes, the whole reason you're upset with this is because of your insecurity. Because you personally,
you drink it down to me.
You personally could just be excited about getting something you don't normally get to try. Whatever.
Thank you, sir. What am I, Oliver? Please, sir, can I have some more?
I already did that one. Can't do two in the same break. It's thanks to the Oliver Act of 1776.
No sipping.
For whatever the reason, when that bottle comes out, whether it's high-end champagne, whiskey, tequila, whatever, you're going to get something you would never normally try on your own.
It's true.
Look at that.
You don't have to look so deep into why it's happening and what the motives are of the host. And what's funny about that, as Kimmy said, with you love to big-time people with stuff you think they can't afford. Every article of clothing you've ever worn, the coffee you drink, the town you are currently squatting in.
Ooh, that's low end.
Ooh, low sipping. Ooh.
You will even go as far as to judge the glass that person is drinking it out of.
Thank you, Kimmy.
You're not drinking it the right way.
I blame my parents.
Ooh, he's low glassing. If it's too high end, no one should be able to afford it for Tommy. If it's busted, I can't. I can afford more than that, so it's busted. Somehow Tommy Muley, it's amazing. And we're very fortunate to be in this room, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Tommy Muley is at the perfect financial and social level for everybody. Shut up. You are this guy, just on a chintz level, bitch. You a chintz, bitch-ass, low-level-ass, squat-ass, bitch-ass, chintz-ass bitch.
I would think, like, because whenever we've been to your house, you, or I should say your wife, very generous. Like, you have the whole bar set up for us and everything, and I would.
My wife's a great host, like Pat's wife.
So.
Look at it. Now he's trying to score points here because he's got pants. Everyone's wives are so great.
The only one that has a lousy host is your husband.
Okay.
I mean, he does make a good.
Go ahead, take a shot.
No,
host.
How would you
Kimmy,
know?
no host.
How would you know?
Yeah, because we never get invited.
And you never will be.
But what did I do?
You're associated. Sorry.
I'm associated with you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But I would also. I would offer up. And your wife does this. She'll offer up like the best stuff on there because she doesn't want you to be afraid to ask for what you want.
Yeah, Tommy's got Pabst for you. Here you go, guys. Best beer on the bar. You want some Natty Ice or a PBR? Your call.
And so in that way, if you go to somebody's house and they're offering you the highest end bottle of whatever they have, it makes you more open to requesting something telling them what you like and what you want to drink without being afraid to ask for it.
But if you're condescending, you're talking down to people, and you make a big production out of it, you're kind of being a dick.
And going even further on that point, not you, Kimmy's point, if it bothered you that much that this person was trying to big time you with high-end liquor, you know what you could do? Not drink it.
I understand, but
no.
But I'm trying to be cordial at a party.
No. You end up at a person's house serving high end. You can simply choose to pass.
I don't want to be rude,
but you won't, because Paul is right in one thing.
What's that?
You are excited to try it. In fact,
I don't want strings attached. Now I owe them.
In fact, when you're done being offended that Paul big time drank you know what he's going to do, Kimmy?
What?
He's going to brag to other people that weren't there.
I got a buddy.
Yeah, they tried. No, he'll leave that part out. You know what I got to try? You will leave out the host that paid for it and brag.
I'm not going to, but he don't deserve it.
Okay. But
it's now my experience to brag about.
The same thing guys like you
Yeah.
use to big-time you will use in a story down the road to big-time other people. So, Kimmy, I ask this question.
What?
I ask you.
Who is the real douche? The man
Well,
who...
you know who she's going to pick.
The man...
It's a leading question.
I'm not even using you as an example. It's
Yes,
two
you
random
are.
men. Who's the real douche? The man who pays for the alcohol and maybe big-time serves it, or the man who free sips and then leaves later going, yeah, I've had that. Yeah, it's good. You never had that? I never had that.
Well, they're both probably in sport coats, so are they equal douches?
It's a circular douche firing squad. The rare scenario
Yes.
where everyone involved is a giant douche.
It's a douche off.
Yeah,
Ugh.
and they're both winning. Anything else you got? Or? No, you're all done.
I'm done.
Let's take a break. You know, we're talking about the Bills-Ravens Sunday
Yeah,
at
yeah,
6:30. You know, we talked about folks going to the game. We'll get to see Ryan Fitzpatrick as the legend of the game. Folks at home, maybe you're watching it by yourself.
Yeah.
Maybe you were invited over by somebody.
Yeah.
And you expect certain things when you walk in somebody's house that is having a watch party for a sporting event. There is a picture that went viral earlier this week of one of the most famous Bills fans, a Western New York native, one of the most trusted names in news.
Oh.
And he's standing next to his television, very excited after the Bills won
Yeah.
their first playoff game. And Kimmy, how does a man with this much money, in the job he's
I don't
in,
know, but
Okay.
for whatever reason, people have a really hard time letting go of these things.
but Kimmy,
You never know when you're going to need it, Pat.
Okay.
no, but he's still using it.
Yes.
Oh.
He might have the world's oldest television.
Really?
We'll get into it next here in the break room. That's it, man. there is an expectation when someone invites you over to watch a game, but it's never spoken. And I know it's weird to think that people like this still exist, but this picture proves they do.
Oh.
If it ain't broke, why do I need to replace it? So we'll be watching the game on this. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we got your chance at $5,000.
$5,000, give me.
The 5K a day cash contest is back. Winning is easy. You download the free Odyssey app. You log in. You listen to CMF every day for a minimum of 1 hour. That is your daily entry.
Can I get rich?
Yeah, in hours. Where you getting rich with humor as well. That is your entry for a chance at $5,000. One winner will be randomly selected every weekday from this national contest. Good luck from your friends here on CMF. So it's T-minus, 4 days, Bills, Ravens, live on CMF?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
And if you're not fortunate enough to be at the stadium on Sunday, you could go watch it with Tommy at the Bill Grace Tap Room in Shiloh. Yeah. You could watch it at home. That's what one very famous Bills fan did for that win over the Broncos on Sunday.
Yeah.
Wolf Blitzer, legendary newsman.
CNN, man, been there forever.
Yep, he's a Western New York guy. He is a die-hard Bills fan. Talks about him on the air every once in a while. And he shared a picture on social media of him watching the game last weekend on a TV that has to be 30 or 40 years old.
So it's not a flat screen?
So it's like, I can't tell if it's a flat screen.
Is it a freestanding television set?
No, it's in a cabinet.
Yeah,
like
it's
one of those
one
old school
built-in
cabinets.
looking, yeah.
So the screen looks flat, but it also looks like a box TV in the back.
Okay, those were the original before. Those are the pre-flat screen
that are
TVs.
like that weigh a ton.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So this TV at minimum is 30 years old, right?
And he's on television.
He's on TV. Oh, but I'm not even done.
Yeah.
There's more.
Attached to the TV is the world's first DVD player and a VCR.
Yep.
Hand to God. You can go look at the
This
picture
guy's
yourself.
frozen in the 80s?
And the worst part, the TV can't be more than, 35 inches?
No, it doesn't look that big.
It's a small TV.
Yeah.
He's got to be a bazillionaire.
Yeah, no kidding. He's on TV.
Yes.
So the picture is just Wolf Blitzer, thumbs up with a smile, standing in front of the TV with 30 seconds left in the game.
People got to be killing him, man.
They are. They're crushing it for it. But, I mean, part of this is it is the adorable old man that's like, I've had this TV for 50 years.
Oh, yeah.
So, but it is hard to tell if anyone is watching the game with him. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tommy,
Yeah.
if you were invited over to Wolf Blitzer's house to watch a Bills game, what would you expect from the setup before you walk in?
A guy that's got an international audience. He's an international broadcast because CNN goes all over the world.
Yes.
Hell, it's in every airport.
Yes. Well, on CNN Airport.
Yeah. I'm expecting, to be blown away by, like big house, big system, the works.
Yeah, but
not my aunt in Auburn's house.
He might have that somewhere in his house, but this might still be his go-to setup.
Which is sad.
You know what I mean?
Because you can afford whatever you want.
Because I think that there are a lot of people in that same boat, and I think you're just that type of person, regardless of age, status, whatever. Like there are just some people that will hold closely to that old technology because they're afraid that one day they'll want to play that DVD or one day they'll want to play that VHS because they built up a collection through the years or that CD. And I think there are younger people that are starting to be like that too.
I mean, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. But the fact that if he had another 70-inch flat screen in his house, he wasn't watching the game on that is mind-blowing.
You would want to watch a football game on.
It leads me to believe, Kimmy, this might be the TV in his house.
I'm always like, I've been to a couple of Super Bowl parties. There was a guy that, used to work in a business.
Yes.
We're going over to his house, and I'm expecting, goddamn, guy's been in the business like 35 years.
Yeah.
Right? Bro, the worst. The worst TV. It was like something out of my parents' house. And again, it was like 42-inch TV, which is okay, but you got a room full of people. He's got one TV in the house, it's 42 inches, and it was closer to the floor than it was to like the mid-level of the wall. So you had to look down at the game while you're watching it.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this knowledge we have now that Wolf Blitzer is enjoying the game on the world's oldest television, are you allowed to walk out of a game-watching invite if the setup is not good? So you brought up the size of the TV.
Yeah.
Wolf looks like 35. You said like 42. The minimum size of a television for someone inviting people over to watch the Bills this weekend is what?
I'd drive by if it ain't 55.
I drive by. If it ain't 55.
55 minimum for a party, a Super Bowl party.
I was thinking 50, but okay, I can get on 55. with you.
55 is a pretty standard TV.
Kimmy is 55. What's the minimum
55
size?
is a good number. For me, it also has to be about sound quality.
Okay,
Because
so-
I need to hear the game,
So
too.
you want to watch with the sound on because there are people
Yes,
that'll have
yeah.
parties,
There are
put the
people that
TV on
will
mute.
leave. I think the sound is almost more important to me than the size of the TV.
Okay, so
Yeah, you want to hear the commercials. You want to see. You want the whole ambiance of a Super Bowl.
I've been to multiple people's homes where you go to a party to watch a big game and they mute the television
Yeah.
so people can talk. By the way, it's
Don't
why
talk in a kitchen.
it's why I love Bill Gray's and Charlie so much. They keep the sound of
Oh,
the
yeah.
play-by-play on
Yeah,
over
you have
the
to.
PA in the bar. Some bars don't do it. Some bars won't do it.
How do you get jacked up?
I'm-
You want to feel like you're there.
I'm with you. All right, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
All right, so minimum TV 55 inches. Kimmy needs the sound on so she
Mm-hmm.
can hear the play-by-play. More people or less people, the better.
I would go with less is better.
You want fewer people.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because if you want to like move around and stuff and enjoy the game, enjoy the food, I don't want to be cramped like I'm in a subway station.
Bro, you're the smallest person alive.
But I still cramp.
Kimmy, more or less people?
I want my core group of Bills fans. It's the same people I can tailgate with and go to the game, which is not more than 10 people.
Okay.
And I want a place to sit. I don't want to like makeshift sit.
You're such a
I don't want
pansy.
corner of the couch, end of the end table, no room. I want a comfortable chair, and I want to be able to get up and get something, come back, and not lose my seat.
Well, you need to have pacing room.
Yes. And
Oh, you know,
just-
pace.
Yeah.
That's a great point. You do need
Yeah.
pacing room.
But doesn't it piss you off when you get a spot, you get up for a minute, and
Somebody
some
takes it.
fat dick is sitting there with his dip?
First of all, that's a terrible thing to say
What
about
did you
Ryan.
just
Fat dick with dip is what he said.
Okay.
Second of all,
A
no,
dip dick.
I don't sit. I really don't sit at all during games.
I do. I want to relax.
No, I know, but
I-
you don't
no,
like
I-
football. Like I think most
don't
Bills
like you.
fans are
You're
standing.
going to get up at some point, whether
gonna
it's a controversial call. You got to get closer to the TV so you can really analyze that slow motion play-by-play.
You're laughing. I do exactly that.
I usually sit. I mingle a little, but once I've met everybody, I want to sit.
Okay,
I've
so-
already heard your stupid stories.
So, Kimmy, you said you need to know everyone at the party, and it needs to be a core group
Yeah.
of people you can trust.
Yeah.
Because no, Kimmy's right.
People I've watched the game with before.
One bad apple can ruin the whole bunch at a watching party. Like one negative
Yeah,
person.
I'm not really a Bills fan. I kind of root for everybody because, it's just like you can't get too into it. You just get disappointed.
And like whether they're the negative person, whether they're like the whatever fan, whether they're the person that thinks they know it all but they don't know jack. If you're at that party, it's not like you can tell them to shut the F
Oh,
up.
no.
Because it's going to get super awkward.
Yeah.
You just have to let it ride.
Well, yeah, you don't want to hurt the party.
While that anger inside you builds and builds and builds. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. International newsman, Wolf Blitzer, Western New York native, diehard Bills fan, tweets out a picture of himself watching the Bills win over the Broncos on Sunday, and it's on the world's oldest television. It's like the first ever flat screen. It looks like a box TV. It's in a wooden entertainment center
Man, who
cabinet.
still has those?
It's attached to the first ever DVD player and a VCR, and it looks to be like 35 inches wide. And we're talking about your responsibility when hosting a big game watching party. Kimmy, do you think people understand the responsibility they possess when they invite people over to watch a big Bills game?
I think if you are the host for one of these things, I would hope, especially for a game of this magnitude, that you've done it before. I'd be a little nervous going over to a first-timer's house for this kind of thing.
But you wouldn't know they were a first timer. I mean, it's your first time
Well,
being invited, but you would
okay.
assume if they're having a get together,
They've
they've
Yeah.
done it
Well,
before.
Well, they got their
yeah.
bases covered.
Especially if they're
and one,
older.
But Kimmy's right. Like, you would have no idea. This could be their
True.
first time they're ever doing it.
one other thing you have to have is good internet. Because I'm guessing a lot of the time, depending on what service your TV is, your what service provider you go through, you could be relying on that internet connection
To stream the game.
to stream the game. So even if you're like
Buffering.
10, 15
Buffering.
seconds behind, it's going to make you got to stay off your phone. It's going to make a difference in how you take in the game.
The only reason I still pay for cable is because
But even people who have Spectrum and stuff, that sometimes it's just
Well, you don't
purely
watch
the
it on the
internet.
app.
Yeah.
What's that?
Do you watch it on
no,
the
I
app?
watch it on cable.
Yeah,
because
so then
then
you get the live.
yes,
Yeah.
if I watch it on the app, my
It's,
Twitter.
It's almost like 30 seconds behind.
I'll
Yeah.
get texts from my buddies like, yeah, I was watching it. There was a bar that I got a rink bar. I got stuck in.
Yeah.
My daughter had a game, and the Bills game is on. It was the Rams game, and Mac Hollins touchdown that brought it within one. My buddy texts me 30
Yeah.
seconds before the touchdown. Mac Hollins exclamation point! You idiot!
I know.
Damn it! Damn it! So I think there is one thing that people who will host watch parties for the Bills for the rest of the season need to understand.
What's that?
And every game from this point on, including this one, will be a massive game when it comes to magnitude. There will be lifelong memories associated with where people watch this game happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know just where you are when you watch Josh Allen fill in the blank. Like, for example, every Bills fan, Tommy, listening right now knows exactly where they were and what they were doing when Taron Johnson returned that Lamar interception 104 yards for a touchdown the last time the Bills played the Ravens in the playoffs. Your home, for better or for worse, will be the backdrop to a memory that your guests may never, ever forget.
All right. A lot of pressure there.
No, I mean, it is.
That's a lot.
It is a lot of pressure.
Look, I don't mean to put pressure on people, but I'm telling you, this
That
stuff
is putting pressure on.
matter. But you should be aware.
All right, he who hosts.
You going to finish that?
There, you
So
got a lot going on there.
You're doing a thing. You're doing a hosted thing over there? Okay. Kimmy, do you expect the host to be hosting the entire time you're there? Or is it come in, leave me alone, we're watching the game?
No, I don't want you to be hosting the entire time you're there. We're all like
Don't come
once
to
the
my
game
house.
once the game starts, that's what we're all focused on now, right? Like I don't need snacks right now watching the game.
No,
not
see-
until
No,
I
my
get
wife
into
is gonna
not
refresh
until I'm a
your
little
drink.
comfortable with a lead or something do I want snacks.
She's gonna fix your plate, and your wife's the same way. She's gonna top you off. Do you need more? Let me get you this. You got to try that. This is my new recipe. You're gonna be bombarded.
So I've had to
That's the halftime stuff.
Not at my house.
one of the tightest ropes I've ever had to walk.
Yeah.
Because you're right. What you described with my wife just wants to be a
Yeah.
good host, right? And I had to be like, our buddies over. My buddies are not going to tell my wife, like, hey, please stop. The
Right.
game's on, right? So I've had to be like, hey, you stop it.
Oh, I can't do that.
All right, bro.
Because my wife's from that generation. Like, if your glass is empty, I got to fill it.
I understand.
Yeah, so she's moving in.
I get the idea behind it. It's a very kind way to live.
Yeah,
But, like, you know,
she's coming with that bottle.
all right, well, you go to a party.
Yeah.
You want that host to host, or you want that host to leave you alone?
No, I don't. I like being waited on. Because I don't care about the game. I'm not. I know
True,
you
you're
turn into
not
like
as
zombie
involved.
boy when you watch the game.
Zombie
Zombie
boy.
But
boy.
like, if my cocktails though, because I freshen that up, absolutely. I don't have to get up. Thank you. Why
So-
wouldn't you take that?
So you're telling me that if the host was not serving you while they were watching the game,
Yeah,
you would
Pat's
judge
the host.
No,
you would
I
judge
wouldn't.
them for being a bad host?
no, that's not what I'm saying.
That's kind of what it sounds like.
But I'll take the interruption because I don't. You're not really interrupting me. And I do judge you a little bit if the glasses are all slack.
Oh, I'm not even worried about you can get your own drink. I'm talking like food. Like when we have people over to like watch a game.
Glasses, like we're not just drinking beers out of cans
Seriously,
and bottles.
what a douchebag.
What?
When we're watching the game,
Yeah.
like everyone that comes over knows this food that is out,
Mm-hmm.
when this food is gone, there will be empty plates here until you leave. Like this is what everybody gets. It's a lot, but everybody, slow down.
No, my wife will.
Nope.
I said, your wife will do the same thing.
No, because again,
And
like
by
so-
the way, she makes so much food.
well, that's why it's usually okay.
Yeah.
Right. But no, I'm not refreshing anything, man. Game's on.
My
Shut
wife
up.
will pick up your plate, give you a fresh plate, do all that stuff. Yeah, you're married to the same style of put.
Yeah, but I had like half a ball one time to be like, please stop doing this. The game's on. You know, Kimmy, you brought up the streaming thing, and it perfectly transitions into what we're going to talk about here.
What happened?
Well, I mean, look, cable prices got out of control 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Right? And people got very upset, and the cable company was like, oh, you don't like it? Too bad. And then DirecTV showed up. And DirecTV was inexpensive at first. It was satellite television. And then those prices went up, and they go, you don't like it? Too bad. And then streaming showed up.
Yeah.
And it was a miracle. You could have all this entertainment at your fingertips for the fraction of a cost.
And multiple choices.
You got it.
Yeah.
Well, that started going up.
Whatever.
And now companies are trying to figure out a way to make all of this work affordably. And it has gotten so confusing, especially with this new service being offered, that I'm not even sure what the affordable thing to do is anymore.
Oh.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On WCMF. streaming services really started as an economical option away from cable.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's why they existed. And for years and years, we didn't know what we had, Tommy.
What happened?
We lived suckling off the teat of Netflix and Amazon Prime and Hulu and whatever. And then the prices started going up.
Oh, yeah.
And now, if you have multiple streaming services, you may be paying just as much as you did for cable, which made you run away in the first place. So they had to fix that. And now that they've tried to fix it, it seems almost impossible to know what is even the economical option anymore.
Well, you got options.
I don't know if I
Whether
do.
or not they're one's cheaper than the other.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So the biggest complaint from people that cut the cord for cable, but still and only have streaming, is that finding sports can be very hard.
Okay.
Right? Streaming services have bid, much like networks, on exclusive games. So, for example, if you want to watch every NFL game this season, you would need Amazon, Netflix, Hulu, ESPN Plus, and I'm missing one, Peacock.
Do you need Hulu?
Well, okay, I guess you wouldn't need Hulu. But tell me, Peacock,
Maybe someday.
Amazon Prime,
Yeah.
Netflix, and there was one other one. The point I'm making is this. When you start to add up all that stuff,
it adds up.
Right.
there you go.
So you could go YouTube TV and get the whole package.
No, you can't get Amazon Prime. There are Peacock
Yeah.
exclusive.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're like
Games.
and even if you buy the NFL package, you don't get those games.
She's right. She's absolutely
Cruel.
right. So, streaming services have heard this.
Yeah.
And they are now trying something new.
What are you doing?
Yesterday, DirecTV, the satellite dish company,
They're back, baby.
announced what they're calling the My Sports Skinny Bundle. The bundle will feature 40 sports and broadcast channels, and they're going to launch it in 24 markets, with those in New York and Los
So
Angeles.
how does it work? Sounds chintzy.
basically
when I hear
just-
skinny. That sounds chintz.
Well, it's basically just cable for sports.
Yes.
Sports only, right?
but do
you're
I
not
get all my
getting-
sports?
So you'll get
I don't know.
Because you're saying if it's on Peacock, I don't get this.
So that might be a problem. But in this bundle, you'll get ESPN, Fox Sports Network, ACC, SEC, Big Ten Networks, Golf Channel, TNT, TBS, True TV, USA Network, all of this stuff, as well as the networks from NFL, NHL, NBA, and MLB. So you wouldn't get Peacock.
Right.
You
Amazon.
wouldn't get
You don't get
Amazon.
those unique games.
You wouldn't get Netflix. So you'd have to pay for that. But in theory, you would be saving money from having to upgrade like your YouTube TV package.
To the premium.
Yeah, to include the ACC network, SEC, the Big Ten, NFL network, NHL, you get what I'm saying,
All right.
right? So in that way. So if you're only using this to watch sports, this would be a good idea.
But who does that if you have a family?
Yeah.
If I get if you're a single guy that's just a sports nut, but you got a family, everybody's
You got a
going to their
Tommy. You
streaming.
need Bravo.
Yes.
We need our below deck.
Yes. I mean, you're going in for multiple reasons. I got to find out what happened to Gary and his drinking problem.
I understand. But like, let's say I'm using YouTube TV, Netflix, Peacock. I mean, in theory, my kids only watch Netflix.
Yeah.
Like, they only watch streaming services. They very rarely watch cable anymore. I could cut out YouTube TV. I would get all the sports I would normally get from YouTube
All right.
TV in this package, and we'd be good to go. What I can't figure out,
What's that?
252 WCMF. So DirecTV is launching this at, I think, at an introductory price of $40 a month. So who knows what it ends up going up to. Oh, I'm sorry, $49.99 a month. I don't know where I'm saving money anymore in keeping, cutting,
Yeah.
getting, losing, going without, needing.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question you have to ask yourself is which one of these am I willing to part with?
Because something's going to pop up on one of these streaming services you're going to want to watch, and you'll end up buying back in.
But I'm talking even just from a strictly sports standpoint, right? Strictly sports standpoint. Is it cheaper for me to go Netflix, ESPN Plus, Peacock, all that stuff, right? Or do this, get rid of cable, YouTube TV, whatever, because, like, again, you're going to have the other streaming services. It has gotten so convoluted and confusing, it's impossible to know what the economical move is anymore.
Yeah, I don't think there is one. It doesn't seem.
Well, there's
Depends
if you
on
want
what
to
you
see
like to
everything.
watch too.
There's one that saves you the most money.
Who's that?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. There is a combination
Yeah.
that would get you everything you need.
It's like a Rubik's cube of
You
like
do. You have to
services.
You have to
Perfect
make
way to put it.
charts. You have to actually add it all up, put it down on paper, and I think physically look at it to see which package you could combine. This is this is one of those math problems you took on the state test that you're just like, oh man, where do I start?
No, you're 100% right. And like, I'm even going through it now. I don't have Hulu right now. We don't need it for anything, right? But I have ESPN Plus and I have Disney Plus. All three of those are owned by Disney. They have the Hulu, ESPN Plus,
Package.
Disney Plus package.
Right.
But I don't know if what I'm paying for ESPN Plus and Disney Plus is if I could save money by doing the package. I have no idea.
Yeah, if that's like $80 or $90, I don't get it either.
That's what I'm saying.
And don't forget, like I'm like you, we still also have basic cable, which I love.
I have more than basic cable.
What's that?
I have a lot of the cable because I need SEC, ACC.
So you bought
NHL.
the cable pack.
I don't think, other than Hulu, there is a service that exists that I am not currently paying for right now.
Yeah, the only one we don't have is Disney Plus, I think, of like the big ones.
I need it for the job. At least that's how I justify it in my head.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, like,
You're right. But I also can't live without it.
Man, they got us so good.
Yeah.
We are so stupid. Like, we walked into the, oh, wow, $15 for Netflix, and all of a sudden we're all paying $400 a month.
But when my wife and I discuss this, I go, but we use it. I could see if we didn't use it and it sat there. But in months like this where it's freezing cold, we're not going out at night, this is our form of entertainment. And I go, to me, I justify it as, you want to go out? It's also expensive, so what do you want to do?
You're right, and it's also easy to justify if you're someone on the run all the time. Like, for example, my daughter plays travel hockey, right?
Right.
So,
Take it with you.
Yes, I have the NFL network, the NFL package. I got Peacock. I got all that stuff on my phone.
Right.
So wherever I am, I could pull up the game and just keep it there with me. But at the end of the month, geez,
Too much.
it is too much. You made it so confusing on purpose. 252 WCMF again. We're talking about DirecTV, a new venture they are trying. It is a sports exclusive streaming service called the My Skinny Sports Bundle. It'll have a whole bunch of stuff that is just exclusively sports.
Yeah.
And it seems like a good idea at $49.95, but you would still need other stuff to watch games. And now I don't know what's more economical. And it sounds like Brandon might be in the same boat.
Brandon?
He's on CMF. Hey, Brandon, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you?
Good, man.
So we actually just cut cable. We were paying like $215 a month to have the DVR and all of that crap. But we did YouTube TV, and they had the NFL package on special, so we paid like $300 for the year. And we get all the only sports we don't get that kind of pisses me off is we don't get MSG,
which is the
so we can't
Sabres.
watch the Sabres.
Yes, like
yeah,
that's
we can't
what.
watch the Sabres.
That's why I needed
And
cable. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. And that's the only reason why I had cable for a long time was because of the Sabres. So I just haven't been watching them this year because even MSG Go doesn't have all of them.
It's their app, which, by the way, is like $50
Yeah,
a
it's
month.
such a cruel joke.
Yeah, it's crazy just to watch fucking.
Whoa! Okay, jeez.
Just to watch games, like for part of the year. You know what I mean? It was. I don't know.
All right, so I'm going to go off on a tangent now because now I'm just fired up.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Sabres play on MSG. You cannot get MSG on YouTube TV. Right, so that's
You cannot.
crucial. You cannot get it. Cannot get it.
The only way I found you could is if you like do a proxy server and say you're like in Idaho or something. And then
lie.
it's out of network.
Okay, all right.
Blame it on Idaho.
So MSG announces last year they're going to come up with this app where you can watch Knicks games, Sabres games, Nets games. Great,
Right.
awesome. Like normally ESPN Plus costs like $10, $12 a month depending on when you got in. They want like $40,
That is insane.
$50 a month
Yeah.
just to watch Sabres games.
That's all I get.
Sabres
Well,
games.
if you were a fan of the other
Yeah.
teams, maybe it would be worth
But,
it too. But
okay.
it's just if you're just a casual fan.
What's
take
the
it or
Venn
leave it.
diagram of a diehard Knicks fan
Yeah.
and a diehard
Right.
Sabres fan?
Right.
It's almost nobody.
Yeah.
Literally.
Sucks. Brandon, thanks for the call, buddy. Thanks for getting me even more angry. I appreciate it.
You got it.
All right, there goes Brandon. All right, everybody, I hope we got to move on. We're late. I'm sorry. Let's take a
All
break. The story out of California keeps going, man.
It hasn't stopped.
I mean, yes,
The winds are blowing.
it's terrible.
The hot winds are blowing.
But the way that these stories go, it always comes in the same wave. Is it starts and you are glued to the TV watching what's happening, and then you start to see the devastation, and it's oh my god.
Yeah,
You got all the stories.
Exactly, and that's where we're at now. Is the redemption warm stories, right? Like I cannot believe this miracle happened, and this story is one of those miracle stories.
Wow.
But it also raises a very interesting question.
Okay.
Because if you were told you've got 30 minutes to get in your car and get out,
Yeah.
and you can take one thing with you, what are you taking?
Like a material
Take
thing.
what you can carry. Yeah.
Outside of your family.
Right.
Oh.
No, yes, of course,
All right.
outside of your family. We'll
All
get
right.
into it next here in the break room. Let's see that. The fires in California continue to dominate the headlines.
Oh, yeah.
And now that the shock of the pictures is worn off, and you know what I mean when I say that.
Oh, yeah.
right?
Like, the whole neighborhoods are just gone.
But
famous neighborhoods.
When I say worn off, I don't mean that people don't care anymore. It just gets to a point where you see pictures so many times, it's like, this is a thing that happens
You're
now.
desensitized.
Exactly. We're getting stories from people about what they lost, but more amazing, what was saved.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to imagine being told to run out of a place that has your life inside.
Yeah.
And it would create a hell of an issue if you needed to take something with you.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you're enjoying hearing our voices.
Yeah, sure.
But I'm sure you'd enjoy a little bit more seeing our faces.
What do you do?
Well, you log on to the Odyssey app,
And then what happens?
WCMF.com,
Yeah.
YouTube or Twitch, The Break Room, WCMF on YouTube or Twitch, and you can see Tommy in his turquoise sneakers this morning. You look like a man who claims he's Native American trying to lead a tour through a park where he's making up Native Americans.
I got to get my steps in.
In turquoise?
Yes.
Our live stream up and running. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Stock up with Kind IPA for the big game
Always be kind.
this weekend. Amen, brother. Amen. A glimmer of hope in the terrible story that has been the California wildfires for the last 7 days.
So what happened?
So the Kotler family,
The Cottlers?
they're a couple. They got 2 young kids. They had to evacuate
Yeah.
when they were told the fires could be less than an hour away from where they lived. And they left with just the clothes on their back.
Yeah.
They took off.
You flee, basically.
You got it. Unfortunately, their home completely destroyed. But when they went back to survey the damage,
Yeah.
they noticed something in the rubble. Their most important family heirloom.
Which is?
It's a menorah that survived the Holocaust.
Okay. And it was still intact?
Still intact, good. It was all
Right.
fine. So the story behind the menorah, it had been passed down for generations on this guy's dad's side. And a quote from the dad, his name is Josh. He says, quote, "It was insanely powerful to find it. The night before, I had been crying on the phone with my cousin, regretting not grabbing it when we left. And then to find it, the only thing left from the entire house
Wow.
was just an insane feeling." It's a ray of hope and a terrible story, right?
Because it's something you thought you'd never see again.
But
Never
you think
get
the whole
back.
house was toast.
You
Exactly.
can't replace.
Yeah. But that story aside,
Leaving the toast.
leaving your home at a moment's notice would be one of the hardest things you ever had to do, right? And there are stories we're seeing of people that grabbed one thing that they could carry out of all of the earthly possessions they've ever collected. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. You can take one thing from your house before you lose it all. 252-WCMF, what are you taking? I want to start with Kimmy because she has a soul.
So we're already beyond, like, so the pets are in the car.
Pets are good.
Okay.
It's
we're
not-
talking about like
this is
possessions,
material.
not
Yeah.
living things.
Straight material item.
Okay, probably my computer.
Interesting.
Just because it
Yeah,
has.
you don't want to lose all that dynamite break room content.
Well, but I may
Get
need
the
it.
creep cap.
I may
We're
need it.
creepless. America is creepless. Sorry.
Aside from maybe like, but here's the thing: like all my pictures and stuff are on my phone. So I was thinking like
Okay.
stuff you can't replace. We don't have a ton of stuff that we've collected that's
Worth the crap?
or just stuff that that was given, special things given to us from family members that we don't what.
You just say nobody in your family gave you anything special?
Well, no, I mean it's useful stuff, but I don't have
Functional.
like jewelry or anything
Like your
like.
grandmother's stuff or anything?
I have my wedding ring has some of my diamonds in
All right,
it
but
from
that's
my
on your
grandma's ring,
hand.
but
You're
it's already
fine,
on my hand,
All
so I
right.
can't think of really anything else that's of that type of value that I would grab in an instant. That I would think to grab in an instant. Yeah, everything else is replaceable.
So it's your laptop and you're gone.
Kinda, yeah, I think so.
Okay, Tommy,
Yeah.
a nation turns their lonely eyes to you.
Yeah.
One thing you can carry, what are you taking out of your house?
I know, like, look, with my wife and I, she's going to grab something that is sentimental to the kids.
Okay.
That's going to be her main focus. It's something that the kids made or gave her or the grandkids did. She's going to grab that.
Sure.
I am taking my heirloom ass out of that house. I don't have anything in that house
You just made fun of me.
that I care about.
No, but that's-
that much that I'm going back in.
Wait. No, you don't have to go back in.
And I've got pictures of family and stuff like that, but I never look at this
You
stuff.
get to take it. You're not in danger. You get one thing, and you don't even want it?
No. It would have to be, I swear to God, maybe those new hats I got.
Wait a minute.
or my sock collection.
You would take a new hat.
Hat, a couple of handfuls of socks. I don't.
No, you get one thing. How are you so bad at these
I'm grabbing a
exercises?
hat. I honest to God, unless I had like a pile of money in the house or something like that, I don't have anything that I can't replace, and I don't have like when you go. You've been in my house.
Yeah. But you mean your wife's house?
Yeah, my wife's house.
Yeah.
It's all her life and her pictures.
Sure.
None of my stuff is up.
Okay.
It sits in a box in the basement because I really don't care.
I understand.
And I've got pictures of, like my uncle playing football, my dad. I got pictures of my dad with Babe Ruth, but I got that on my phone. So
Okay. You have been
Babe
alive.
Ruth was a piece of crap. So was my father.
You've been alive for over 6 decades.
Yes.
You have collected things along the way.
I have. I got CMF stuff, comedy stuff.
Outlaw Radio, baby.
Yes.
He's got that T-shirt on. He's pushing. Come on, guys. We got to go. We's 9 to 11.
Is there anything that you would want to pass down to your grandkids? Is there something that you would take that you hope they
Don't make it worse.
cherish one
Don't
day?
make it worse.
What? No, and I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because when I found out with my parents dying and we went into the condo of their whole life.
Yeah.
Right? And we even said to all the grandkids, what do you want? Nobody wanted anything because they got their own life. Like people make their own memories. I know like people think I'm going to hand this down to my kids and my grandkids.
Uh-huh.
They're not going to want it because they got their own thing going on.
Okay.
That means something to you, and that value nosedives the next
Well, I know
generation.
you're saying like a basement full of stuff, right? But not
Yes.
like one single thing.
I mean, I've got stuff from my mother from the Marine Corps, some pictures and stuff like that. But who's going to look at it?
I don't know. Maybe somebody that's interested in their past.
I mean, like that. My grandkids are going to, as their stepfather, they're not even. I mean, they may be interested in
True.
more of my wife's side of the family than
Yeah.
my side of it. Once they realize I wasn't the first granddad.
I see what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Like I'm like a red-shirted grandfather. I'm like when you get one of those honorary degrees from the college.
Yeah.
Sure.
You know it could be taken away at any moment if you screw up.
Absolutely.
That's what being a step-grandfather is. So I don't really have those memories that I think, like all our Bills stuff, right?
Yeah.
So like my stepson's a big Bills fan. But I mean, we got some of those credentials and stuff. Who wants them?
I guess
It's
what
got my name on it.
Look, I understand where you're coming from only because you have no soul and no one in your family
No, but
wanted
I think
anything.
I'm the right way to think.
Of course you
because-
think that way because you think that way.
No, because like, man, this is Earth and you ain't staying.
Oh,
so stop collecting stuff
shut.
because it all stays here. You
Says
ain't taking
man
it with you.
who just bought 2 fancy hats.
Well, I need something in the casket.
Stop collecting stuff.
And maybe one over my chest.
252 WCMF 252-9263. House is on fire.
How'd I do? Good?
Terrible. You could take one thing that you can carry. What are you taking? Bob's on CMF. Hey, Bob, how are you, buddy?
Hi, very good, thank you. You're going to take my family estate dossier. It's consisting of basically a 3-ring binder that includes plastic sleeves, whereas you're going to put all your valuable documents, such as your passports, your vehicle titles, your birth certificate.
Hey, you're a load of
et cetera,
laughs,
et
bro.
cetera.
My wife's got one of these, too.
I mean,
know.
it's
That's a
that's-
3-ring binder with my passports and my vehicle.
But that is
my VIN
stuff.
numbers.
It's not bad advice.
Let it burn.
No, man, you need a passport.
Yes,
You need an
yes.
ID. You need birth
I
certificate.
ain't got a house.
Think
I
of-
need a passport. Where we go?
you're-
Jamaica? Oh, yeah, I've got. Hey, the house is gone. Let's take a fabulous cruise.
Think of how hard it would be to replace that stuff without that identification
I
on you.
ain't Karen.
Hey,
By the way, your old ass, you ain't going to be around much longer,
For God's
Bobby
sakes,
boy.
Bob seems nice. Bob, I'm
Worried
sorry.
about
Go
your
ahead, buddy.
VIN numbers.
Cut you off there. Go ahead.
Are you done, Tommy?
Yeah, get him. Are you
I-
done?
I'll let you know.
I present this to various senior citizens. I've done it at Penfield. I'm doing it next week in Perrington
Wait,
and Penfield. And I
He's on
teach
tour.
people how to create this binder, which includes more than your passports. It includes all your information so that when you die, your executor can close out your estate in a timely and
Who
efficient
cares?
manner.
You're dead.
You
People
What's
literally,
your business?
you
Write it
literally-
down.
People
you
that you
right.
leave behind will care.
You
Who cares?
literally just said, you know,
I
you
know.
really, you got to think, Bob, hold on.
Let
you,
him go on a Tommy Easter egg hunt. I can care about my VIN number.
You literally just said, oh, you know, people think they're so important and then it becomes a big hassle when they die. He goes, this is how you lower the hassle when a loved one dies. Who cares?
Hey, let me
Who
say,
cares?
let the living figure it out. There's your business plan, Bobby. 3-ring
Yeah,
binder.
good luck with that.
I'm dead. I don't care.
You won't care because you're dead, but your executors and your family, your heirs will care.
They're all college educated.
Now, by the
they
way,
can go upstairs and poke
I
around.
hope none of those people are listening to you right now.
And by the way, what
The
do you think you're
question-
getting from my broke ass?
The question is, what do you take out of your house in case of a fire? You're going to take this family estate dossier to
I have
case
a family
dismissed.
estate
And
dossier.
It's all good advice,
All right,
Bob,
right,
but he
right,
is
right.
not going to
Bobo.
listen to you.
Come to my seminar next week, Tommy. You might change your advice.
Oh, yeah.
Your tone of voice. Yeah.
Get him, Bob. Bob, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of
He's
the
going
day.
to be walking out like it's the nuclear football and he's going on Air Force One. I got my
great
dossier.
advice.
Oh, my.
He almost nailed it, and then he tripped over the word, and then it screwed everything up.
Dossier.
Air Fossil 1.
Come to my boring ass seminar
252
in a
WCMF.
church basement.
Okay.
About dossier.
So with the exception of Bob, I mean, that's a very, logical
Yeah,
way to
it's
think.
very
about it.
logical.
Okay, but I still, I mean, if you
But we're
have...
thinking of more like, you're thinking sentimental.
Well, I mean, no, and that's just it. There are two ways to go with
Because
it.
you got a lot of
Well,
stuff.
Bob's thinking practical. We were talking sentimental.
But there's
'Cause
also...
you have a lot of memories.
I do. And there are two ways to go about this, right? There are the things that you own that are financially valuable.
Okay.
And there are the things that you own that are emotionally valuable. One is impossible to replace maybe because you can't afford it financially. The other, impossible to replace because it's one of a kind and meaningful. And
you would have the hardest time with this as a collector.
Yeah.
A dossier
would-
collection.
Yeah, I was-
All these things are documented.
I mean, you hold a lot of that stuff very close to your heart because you've been collecting it your whole life.
So, I literally went into my basement where all my stuff is, and I, looked through everything.
Yeah.
If I could take one thing, as I was, thinking about this last night, and I think I got it figured out. I have a University of Miami mini helmet autographed by Jim Kelly.
Okay.
And it says, to Patrick, Jim Kelly. My dad gave it to me for, my 12th, 13th birthday.
Okay.
And it was, the nicest thing
Okay.
I owned until I was, 24 years old.
Okay.
And I treasure this thing. It's never come out of the little case either. It's just lived in that thing, and it's not really of value financially.
But it has memories.
Yes, and it's just been with me the whole time,
Yeah.
and it brings me back to a lot of good times. So I
All right.
think that's what I'm
Okay.
taking out.
But it's all right.
It's sentimental. I mean,
One lousy mini helmet with Jim Kelly's autograph.
okay, but what?
How many mini helmets have Jim Kelly's autograph? I know it's at the University of Miami, but still.
It's not even about what it is. It's about how it came
So you
with
would
me.
so you would go with something like that versus some family heirloom or
Well, to me,
something that you, because I would think you'd go with kids. It complicates things too, right?
to me, that is a family heirloom.
Okay.
And here's the thing, with the kids,
Plastic. Sitting in plastic.
you literally
It's an
said you would take nothing. We
Right.
gave you an opportunity.
I ain't sticking around, so why collect?
I can't think of something that my kids have where I'm I can't replace that.
Okay.
Wait, something they made for you? Like cards and letters? Because my wife wants all that.
What the hell do I want that for?
My wife wants all of that.
My
stuff.
wife has saved all of it, by the way.
Yeah.
She's got it. Maybe that. I wonder
So
if
my
that's-
wife has the box of the kids' stuff, and she's taking that first. As a matter of fact, she will shove me down the stairs to get to it. She will actually use me as a human shield to get as the flames lick my fat, ugly face as she grabs that box.
You bring up a good question.
Right.
And I see you guys on hold 252 WCMF. We're talking about this story coming out of those California wildfires. This family had to evacuate in 30 minutes, left everything behind just the clothes on their back. They went back to check their house, totally destroyed. But in the rubble was this family heirloom. It was a menorah that had been passed down since before the Holocaust. And even the dad of this family, young kids, he said he called his cousin the night they had to evacuate and was crying, I can't believe I didn't grab it. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's good. And we're asking, you got one thing that you can carry. What are you taking? If you are in a relationship, because you're bringing up wives, give me your husband, do you think you and your spouse would agree on what the other should take?
Oh, I doubt that.
Okay. Well, your wife would get a free pass. She gets two things because you don't want anything.
She's true.
I'm trying to...
Guy, we go, what are you going back for that for? You can buy another one.
I don't know what my wife would take. Because, she's got a lot of things that mean a lot to her.
Don't forget, she's got her medical. Does she have any of her diplomas or medical? Or is that at the office?
I think it's the office.
Okay.
Yeah. But,
Right,
so we got a picture of her grandmother, my girl's great-grandmother, that hangs on the wall that's, from Jamaica.
Like one of those generational things?
No, it's just a picture of her.
Oh, you got to grab Jamaican grandmother?
Well, no, but then again, there's, all these other...
I'd be afraid if I didn't take it, what would happen to me?
What do you mean?
I don't know, and I don't want to know. I know the islands have their own ways about this. And they settle scores in an ugly, ugly way.
She's gone, man. She can't hurt you.
No, they can, bro.
So yeah, I don't know if if there would be,
she's got a lot of history.
but it could also be something of financial value that she, like, this is going to comfort me as a human being. You know what's funny? Like, you can make an argument for survival versus emotion also, because like throughout history, we've seen people choose emotion over survival. Like people that were driven from their homes in cases of war, other natural disasters, they will leave with pictures and memories instead of valuable items. But if you get stranded, and there are some people in these California places that have nowhere to go, you grab something of value, you can use that to put yourself in a better situation.
Right, yeah, it's money.
You know what I mean? So, like, you're right. Like, the argument that it can be replaced is one thing, but you're not going to be put in a good situation immediately.
But I don't know if your head goes there immediately when you're
You're right. Yeah, you're right.
Because I'm thinking, grab the cash if you got it.
252 WCMF. We got Facebook messages coming in. I see you guys on hold. Mike writes us, I'm taking my daughter's crib from the basement. It's been in the family for 3 generations. Both my dad and I slept in it, and I want to give it to her for her kids. Could you carry a crib?
Man, that's bulky.
Yeah.
I think you got to put it in the car.
Right. It's going to take up more room.
Or are you going to roll it down the street? No, you can't take a crib.
All right, Mike, let's try something other than the crib. Think about second thing.
How about less bulky?
Let's talk to, I think this might be our first ever on CMF.
Who's that?
A Claudette?
Claudette.
She's on CMF. I loved you in Les Mis. How's it going, Claudette?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. What do you got?
I would definitely take the 2 boxes that I have full of pictures of my kids since they were infants.
Okay, here's the thing, Claudette. The exercise is you only get to take one thing. You have to choose a box. Do you know which box you'd take?
Absolutely.
Okay, so there's a more important box and then a Frank Reich backup box.
One of them is basically my 2 kids since they were infants, and the other one is family pictures. So
here's the great thing about both of those boxes, Claudette.
With that,
they don't want either of them.
Oh, she wants it.
She wants it. It's what you want.
But they're not going to want it.
I want
and
it.
when you're croaking, that's going in the trash.
I don't know. Some people like to have those old pictures.
Actually, my kids are 30 and 32, and they actually took a bunch of them.
So they don't even want what you got now.
Okay, Claudette, let me ask you this
question. Do you
question.
ever see them up in their houses? No.
He's just angry because he doesn't love anything, Claudette.
I have had experience with blowing
Well, they
up
were
relatives.
obsessed with them because some of them they had never seen.
How about
they
that?
were in them.
Well, yeah, you don't see the pictures as a baby, you idiot. Claudette, if you don't mind me asking, what do you think as an item inside your home is the most financially valuable thing you possess?
Financially valuable.
Piece of jewelry, watch.
Yeah, what's the most expensive thing you got in the house?
Electronic.
Oh,
what do you think
yeah,
it is?
I would say jewelry from my mom who has passed.
Okay, so how much do you think that's worth, ballpark?
Financially?
Yeah.
Probably not a hell of a lot, but emotionally, a lot.
Okay, but you would still rather have the kids' pictures and the jewelry from your mother?
Well, yeah, she's chintzy.
Yes.
She had chintz jewelry.
Claudette.
Yes.
Grandpa didn't step up.
Claudette, thanks for standing in the pocket. You did a great job, and we really appreciate the call.
All right. Thank you so much.
There goes Claudette. See, double Frank Reich.
Right.
Stood in the pocket, and she's got the backup.
Not even listening to you anymore.
Kimmy, is there something that you lost that you wish you could have had back from the past? You regret letting it go? I'm not asking you this question because you're just going to be like,
That I
Something
lost.
she lost, she can't get back.
something like, along the way, either you
He's
misplaced it, you didn't
I
save
see
it.
the look on your face.
What do you think it is, Tommy? What do you think it is?
I'm not saying a word. Not saying a word.
Something that
Bitch.
I lost.
No, so there's nothing.
Nothing that I, am upset about still to this day.
Okay. Because, if that happened in your past, that probably shapes what you would take out of this situation. Like, you guys know my parents' house was foreclosed on
Right.
after I had moved out. So me and my siblings, we didn't get a heads up about it.
So you lost all of it.
Yeah, they just came in and they
All
started
that
chucking.
crap.
I lost everything I had as a kid. Pictures, trophies, newspaper clippings, all the meaningful stuff you would have kept as a middle and high school kid.
So you've been separated from that for a long time.
It's gone.
Yeah, and I do have these days where it's it would be nice to be able to go somewhere and look at that stuff. I don't want to display it, but
Show your kids what you looked like as a kid, right?
yeah, exactly. I have a yearbook from high school. I think that's all I got.
Yeah. That's all. You know what, though, really? It's all you need, bro.
Shut up.
It's so blown. This collecting and memories is so overblown.
Yeah, is it?
Your kids are going to look at your young self and laugh at you. Your stupid haircut, your flappy-ass jeans, your flappy-ass mouth, busted-ass house.
But that's what that's for.
Junk
right?
in the yard.
This.
You were never well, maybe not your bad example, but you were never curious, Pat, about what your parents looked like when they were kids, or
What do you think? They
your
look like that.
grandparents, what they looked like as younger people.
But you saw that.
His dad was ugly and his mother's face was always covered in white. But I think what is happening, I'm not talking makeup, buddy. Kibby, we're witnessing something, and we finally, I think, gotten to the core of Tommy Muley.
What's that?
Tommy Muley is the way he is.
Don't cling.
Because when you lose something, it shapes you, right? Like when a mistake happens in your past or you have a regret, you change so you avoid having that feeling again. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah.
And you have never loved anything enough.
I love me.
Because you are so selfish, where you've had to change because it's not there anymore.
You never had that attachment?
Yeah.
And that's
So
why
it's freeing.
And that's why you are still an 8-year-old child in an 8-year-old child's body.
All this stuff just drags you down, man.
But I can
Memories
understand.
just drag you down. They depress you. They make you think about the good times and the bad times.
Yes,
The
that's
people-
what a human experience is.
And the people you lost. What the hell wants to go down there misery lane?
But that's what I mean. I can understand if you have that take, if you had a horrible childhood, right? Like, I don't want to go back. That was not a
understand,
good time in my life. You had a boat at 10.
No, I had a nice ride.
Spoil ass, bitch ass.
It's just, it's weird that you don't want to, like, relive some of those memories.
And once you've been out there on the high seas, you understand. You get it.
We'll take one more call. 252 WCMF. We were asking, with this California wildfire, these stories of these people now recovering things that somehow survived. You got one thing. You got to leave. Everything else is going to be destroyed. You can take one thing out of your house. What are you taking? Rammer's got the last word on CMF. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Good morning. Good. How you doing?
Good.
So the only thing I would grab, which has everything I would need, would be my fire safety box. It has valuable jewelry, documents, things like that. But realistically, Tommy's right to an extent. It's like nobody wants Grandma's china or the curio cabinet.
But everyone wanted Tommy's grandma's foot china.
I mean, if you've got the fire safety box and it's big enough, I mean, you could get your, bottle of booze in there, your, watch collection, jewelry, documents.
Fire safety box.
That's all you need to grab.
Okay.
But I mean, even that stuff, outside of the physical valuable stuff, all of this stuff can be
Documentation.
digitized. You don't need any of the documents for titles and deeds, and it's all digitalized anyhow.
It's digitalized.
So you can have all that stuff on your phone.
No, I understand, but there are still people that, Rammer, there was so much stuff, so many memories they never went back and did it. Now you're stuck. You don't have 30 minutes to digitize your whole life.
Well, but that's why you do it now. I mean, it's pretty simple to do. You'd go around the house with your phone, take some video and, some pictures of documents, and you're done.
All right.
I mean, it's not like you have to spend any money to do it.
I don't have a fire safety box.
I thought not your face.
How do you not have a fire safety?
I
mean,
don't.
Everybody over 50 has a fire safety.
Why?
Fire safety box.
Are you doing this to me right now?
But isn't the purpose of a fire safety box that it survives a fire?
Well, up to a certain temperature, yeah. But I'm telling you, those
Why?
fires
You
in
did it now,
California,
too.
Always check the internal temperature of the fire safety
They're melting steel in California, so that fire safety box isn't going to last in that kind of fire,
I'm never going to forgive either of you for this. Rammer, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Okay.
And it never rains in Southern California.
All right, I will like to point out,
Yeah.
I love my job.
Uh-huh.
I love working with you guys. I love all the calls we get. We have so much fun. But if I had to pick, we're picking one thing. If I had to pick one thing that bothers the hell out of me,
What?
it's when we have these discussions, which are really just a thought exercise. What do you care about the most? What puts you in the best position?
Right.
What do you
Where
want?
does your brain go first?
Exactly. It's not a game to get the most, right? Because we'll have these discussions. Remember, well, if I get a box,
I put a box in a box.
I could put more stuff in the box and look at all the stuff I got. What matters to you is the question.
Yes, it does.
It's a way to figure out what matters to
But
you.
it shows you how greedy people are. They don't even see that. They want to put everything they can in a box and get out.
It's going in the box because you get more in the box.
Right.
You're all stupid.
All you need is a 3-ring binder.
What you need to do is digitize all your photos.
And come to my seminar.
Okay.
Digitize. That's
Yeah.
all I got.
Okay.
Kind of just trailed off there at the end. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Earlier this week,
What happened?
we told you where to find the biggest penis in the world. And Tommy booked his flight immediately. Turns out his mom was already president. I'm taking all my mom jokes with me. I'm putting them in a box so I can get them all out of the house.
What kind of box would that be?
A big old echoey one because it's your mom's. Look, we told you where the biggest penis in the world was, and it did not bode well for men. Well, today, we now know where the biggest breasts in the world are.
Oh.
Yes. And ladies in America, turns out you're doing way better than us boys.
But they had to be Legitskis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next to the break room on CMF. Last week, we informed you where you could find the world's biggest penises.
Yes.
Today, ladies, it's your turn. And all of you American women
What?
are doing a hell of a lot better than we gentlemen.
So we got some whoppers.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Okay, we have a chart in front of us where you can find the world's biggest breasts, and it's by country, not by like individual pair of breasts.
Well, there are more developed nations.
What was that, the UN Council on Boobies?
Mm-hmm.
Tommy? Yeah. All right, we'll start with Tommy.
Right.
Tommy, where do you think the largest breasts in the world?
Now, you said we're doing good.
We're doing good.
But we're
not number one.
Well, you got to think of your bosomy nations.
Okay, what are your bosomy nations?
Well, you got your Italians.
Okay.
Right, we get, very, very voluptuous.
Sure.
I would say Spain.
Okay.
Those cultures.
Mm-hmm.
And probably Brazil.
Okay.
Brazil's
I was gonna
got
go
some.
South America somewhere.
Brazil's got some.
But that's more of the butt
All right.
culture, right?
Well,
You ain't looking all over.
It curves.
Because you need something to balance that out or you'd fall over.
None of the countries you just said were in the top 10.
You're kidding. Top 10?
Not even in the top 10. Kimmy?
South America's got to be in there.
Yeah, that's where I was.
Well, no,
I
he
was
didn't say
going-
South America. He said Brazil.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna pick another South American country.
Number
Let's
one.
Go Argentina.
Argentina.
Throw in.
Wrong.
dart
Not
at
even in the top 10.
Okay.
The largest breasts in the world
Where is Wappa country?
reside in Norway.
Norway?
On average. Yes, I know. I was just as stunned as you guys were.
I mean, they're beautiful people, but you never think of them as being like, Hooters girls.
According to this study, Norway, on average, has the largest female breasts in the world. Now, the good news for you red, white, and blue ladies, you came in second.
Damn.
Really?
Yes, America.
So are we
a
sure
silver
that
medalist
this
for breasts.
isn't? This is natural and not.
Yeah.
To be fair, no.
Okay.
Because it is, again, a self-reported study.
Yeah,
right.
I would think here it's much more popular to.
We
have
padded
you-
our numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, but here's the thing. I get where you're coming from, but again, when it comes to the population of women, the amount of women that have had a breast augmentation, a very, very small part of society.
Okay.
But we're a very diverse country.
What they are, yes, you're right.
We have brought in boobs from all over the world.
What they have found in this study is that the countries with the larger BMIs also tend to have larger breasts.
I mean, the
That makes
chubbies.
sense.
Yes, but Norway does not have a high BMI.
Right,
They're an
that's why
outlier.
that's-
Yeah, they're slender.
Yeah.
They're
So they looking good.
pretty healthy people.
Yeah,
You got
so they're hot.
Okay.
They have beautiful bodies.
Would you like to guess the smallest breast size in the world? I'm going to start with Kimmy for no specific reason.
Where was the smallest penis size?
Thailand, if I remember
I'll
correctly.
go Thailand.
No.
S- Smaller overall.
No.
Okay.
Tommy?
I'm staying in the general hood. What?
Go ahead.
Japan.
No. Greenland has the smallest breast size on
There's
average
only
in the
like
world.
70 people there.
Well, maybe they're all not stacked. The average size, average cup size was A in Greenland.
I don't think the population's so small.
So who's number 2? You even got that?
Of the smallest, no, I don't have that. I'm sorry. And we do have one final study. The largest breasts in the break room. Congratulations, Tommy.
Bringing up our numbers.
So the bad news.
Somebody's got to do it.
The bad news for American men, we got last week, I think we talked about this, just get worse because we found out that U.S. men were nowhere near the biggest penises in the world.
Hey, we were like middle of the road, right?
Yeah.
I think we were 68th place with an average of 5.7 inches. It's weird what sticks in your head because I didn't go back and look that up. Then our ladies come in, working hard for the good old US of A in chest depth. But what's more interesting when you put these two studies side by side?
What's that?
When it came to the average penis size worldwide, there was a rhyme and a reason to it. Countries that were close to each other had similar penis sizes. For example, Canada, U.S., and Mexico, kind of similar. African countries, very similar. Asian countries, very similar sizes altogether. If you compared places that shared continents all within a certain range, odds were penis size would be close.
So, all right.
It is not that way
With boobs?
with breasts.
Well, but boob size can go hand in hand with weight, and penis size that doesn't.
It actually
then-
goes the opposite way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trust me, I know.
So I would think just that alone would skew all those numbers.
So Canadian boobs and Mexican boobs would be not in par with American.
Well, yeah, but it's because of the exchange rate. I'm going to go down the list of the top 10 largest average breasts in the world.
Right.
So we know that Norway's 1, U.S. is 2. The UK came in 3rd.
Wow.
Luxembourg came in 4th. Small country, big breasts.
It's got to be that chocolate.
Iceland, Russia,
Man, it's all cold.
Colombia,
Colombia makes sense.
Canada, Poland, and then Venezuela. So they are all over the map,
Yeah.
although no Asian countries, if I'm not
Man,
mistaken.
no Spain, no Italy.
None of that. Maybe it's the Italian-American women that are voluptuous.
Oh, all right. But you're thinking like those movie stars from back in the day.
You think about the movies, the sexiest women from Italy?
Sophia Loren.
Yeah.
The most
She was
Again,
beautiful.
curvy women.
It's like arguing
Yeah.
everyone in America is as athletic as LeBron James.
I'm not saying, but I'm saying.
No, yeah, of course, the movie stars are good. You're an idiot.
Does that also have something to do with our diet? Like, is there something?
Yeah, we're fat.
Yeah, BMI was associated
Well, no,
with...
but is there something in particular that we eat more of or
Maybe
drink
you should
more
get
of?
to it.
Like, do we drink more beer than normal?
Well, then you would win. The way you guzzle. You should be
I
sitting
don't
on
know
some
if that has
kegs.
something to do with it, if that pumps our numbers a little.
Well, no, here we go, because you're going to start with Tommy with the hormones of the milk stuff. The hormones of the milk. I got the
Look what it does for the actual cow.
all of big milk drinkers. So here's the thing. The study we read you last week, the largest penises on the planet, I highly doubt a single woman would look at that story and go, I know where I'm going on vacation next. Yet I am confident.
Somalia?
Yet it was
Eastern Africa.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it was, maybe it was Somalia.
Sudan,
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I promise you, a minimum of 10 men listening to this show right now just wrote down Norway in their phone.
Book a
because
flight. Hey, I wonder if Spirit Airline goes there. Get me some discount tatas.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow. Next year in the break room. Let's see it, man. going to be Rapparoo.
Audio, Hyundai, Rapparoo.
For a Wednesday Break Room CMF, that makes tomorrow a Thursday. You know what that means?
We're going to bitch it out, buddy.
That's right. Bitch Voice Theater coming at you, plus a whole bunch more. We are super late. We got to get out of the way.
Okay.
For Kimmy, who would not fit in Norway.
So it's like no way for Norway?
No way for no. You don't speak the language.
No, yeah, you're right. You're right. Totally right.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
For Tommy Muley.
Wait, isn't your old man like Swedish?
Yeah.
So close.
For Tommy Muley, who is dressed like a Norwegian fisherman this morning. My name is Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room at 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.